Hey everybody, good morning to you all. Good afternoon and good evening to some. We are doing Dead Mines. We're bright and early, right away, before I've been able to settle in and drink some coffee. It's okay. How is everyone doing today? Mike, Dragonsbane, Lori, good morning guys. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Good luck, don't get kicked. I'll try. Although I wasn't trying to get kicked yesterday, and it still happened. I am the furthest one from the instance. And I don't have any inventory space. Oh god. And I might run out of arrows. This could be a shit show. Maybe I'm gonna get kicked from this group. Maybe we are gonna have to get kicked. Maybe it was too optimistic to think that I could jump on and do this. I'll tell you what, I'll cheat a little bit, but I do gotta go back. Because I didn't empty my inventory or anything when I logged off yesterday. Look, we got a dead guy. This guy's dead. That's gonna take him at least a minute to get back to his body. I mean, unless somebody reses him, I guess.
I buy and trade.
Yeah, I gotta sell. Sad, but I also probably gotta get some water. Let's do that. Let's just get rid of basically like everything that we can. Engineering, I don't need it. Sadly, this is about all the space that I can make. Okay, that's not bad. I don't need the bandages. Okay. So that's taken care of. General trade goods? No, I need general goods, man. I need arrows.
Safe travel.
Where am I gonna get arrows? Maybe the guy over here has arrows. Preparing for tomorrow's election duty? Ooh, that sounds... Ooh. I'm doing good. We had sunshine today. This morning there was blue skies, sunshine, and I could see the pavement. And I could see the grass for the first time in about 3 or 4 weeks. Okay, if we get to this dungeon and we get to do it, now we're actually provisioned properly. If they end up kicking me, well, I mean, that's fine. I understand. If they kick me, we'll go up and we'll do killing fields while we look for another group. Because, yeah, I am now quite far away from everybody else. But I mean, in reality, are they going to find a DPS that's closer than me? Maybe. They could find somebody standing right outside, I guess. Oh, hey, we got a disconnect. That's good for us. Oh, damn, they came right back. We can't catch a break today. We can't catch a break. Karen, good evening. Welcome to the stream. We need someone to disconnect for a minute. Like, they're already in the dungeon pulling, I think. Warlock and a rogue. 2 rogues and a priest on heals. Even if that good leather chest drops, there's no way that we're gonna win it. It's not gonna happen. Alex, good morning. Good afternoon. We're trying not to get kicked out of this group. Alpha T, good afternoon to you. Welcome. Look, they're already killing stuff in the run. Oh, I'm losing out. Like, what the bothersome part is that I'm missing out on some kill XP. Which is like the biggest reason why I want to be here. Maybe they're doing stuff outside of the instance. I can't tell where they're at. Let's see. Well, it looks like we're fighting our way in. Okay, so they're not in yet. That's awesome. Alex, you're back in SOD as of today. You're gonna stick it out now through the second phase. Hardcore's on a hiatus again. Yeah, we have under 2 weeks left. Let's shrink all this down. Let's pull up our details. Oh, nope, slash details, show. There we go. I don't know where these guys are at. How did they get so far ahead of me, but they didn't fight anything? So they walked right past this wizard guy and like they didn't give two craps about him. Oh, yeah, they just jumped down. Obviously my pet's gonna cause some problems here. But we're just gonna make a run for it and we'll hope for the best. Oh, there we go. He teleported right inside with us. That was awesome of him. So we got 2 rogues and a warlock tank, I guess. I guess. No, wait, maybe we have a rogue tank. More likely we have a rogue tank. Or no, we have a warlock. Okay, no, I don't know who's tanking. We don't seem to, once again, we don't really seem to have a tank, so that's okay. I guess in SOD you don't need tanks. Which makes me wonder if I should even bother playing my shaman, because yeah, it seems like the world of SOD doesn't need tanks. Everyone gets by perfectly fine without them. Maybe I actually want to listen to some music in Leatrix today. Because maybe, like, the tones here in Dead Mines are not really doing it for me. Let's see. Oh, I don't have access to, like, the Burning Crusade soundtrack. Well, that sucks. Let's go Ashenvale, then. That sounds more like the Barons. But we'll go with it. Asher asked, why are almost all of your WoW videos starting zones? Seems you're always in the beginning zones. I play a lot of hardcore, especially recently. I'm also a chronic non-finisher. But mainly I've been playing a lot of hardcore. And in the Season of Discovery, brah, you can only level to 25. So if I'm playing Season of Discovery, you can only get characters to 25. If I'm playing hardcore, well, I die a lot. Because quite frankly, I'm bad at it. I guess you haven't seen any of my Northrend playlist, any of my raids, or any of that stuff. But, yeah. A chronic non-finisher. Yeah, that's what she said, right. I'll let you guys run with that. With my level of attention span, the fact that I can level to 25 is remarkable. The fact that I do have some max level characters is crazy. Like with the very limited attention span and intellect and dedication that I have, it's really surprising. So, I'm just happy to be here. I guess nobody really wants to deal with the ads. The problem with the ads is like eventually the healer is gonna get aggro by healing. I just kill the ads. But, you know, we're gonna have to kill them anyway, even if we kill... Do the ads despawn maybe if we kill the boss? I don't think they do. Yeah, the ads don't despawn. I don't understand, like, the growing priority in WoW these days about ignore... Now, we used to kill ads first. It was always a given. As a DPS, you could be assured of one thing. Your job was to kill ads if there were ads before you DPS the boss. But nowadays, I feel like groups just ignore ads, and they just focus the boss, and then they deal with ads afterwards. Which doesn't really work on bosses like Van Cleef that like summon more and more ads in as the fight goes on. Karen, the sarcasm was flowing wild? Yeah. Yeah, I mean a little bit. Is it possible to say completely true things but in a sarcastic way without like negating their trueness? If so, that's what I was doing. You can ask if this game is free to play, but you will be sorely disappointed to hear that they want you to pay $15 every month you play this game. It's called a subscription fee. The good news is there's no box price. You just pay 15 bucks a month and you get access to like 4 different versions of WoW Classic. And then when you don't want to play, you stop paying. And the upswing is since you're paying to play the game, you don't have the game trying to sell you shit while you're playing. You don't get pop-ups, you don't get anything asking you to buy a season pass, you don't get anything asking you if you want the latest cosmetics. You just get to pay money and then you play the game, and nothing pops up to try to make money off of you. Because they already got theirs. Most groups kill that boss without pulling the 2 ads. That's interesting because like you would have to walk by the 2 ads anyway. You're gonna have to kill the ads no matter what. I guess is my point. Even if you can somehow pull the boss and like leave the ads standing there, yeah, the ads are gonna have to die. I don't know. It's weird. I guess it's called a paradigm shift. Back in the day, we killed ads first. Today's generation ignores ads. It's just a paradigm shift. Yeah, he walks forward a little bit. My point is, I don't understand the point of trying to do it that way. Maybe in hardcore, where like every hit matters. But yeah, you just pull them together and kill the ads first. It's really easy. My pet is hungry. The one thing I didn't do when I was back in town is I didn't really buy any food for my pet. Which is unfortunate. Well, now we have a bunch of ads and the boss, and all of it was unnecessary, because you simply don't fight the guys there. You pull them back behind the door. But look, now we're gonna focus the boss, right? I'm gonna do what everyone else is doing, and I'm just gonna focus the boss. They clearly don't care about the ads, so why should I? More ads? I don't care about that. That's not my job. No, we'll just let the healer get punched. It's really smart. There you go, Stutters. We'll let Stutters tank that for a minute, and we'll go back on the boss. Well, Lori, all I can say is keep in mind with Wrath of the Lich King, this is like kind of your last chance to play Wrath, because sometime in the spring or summer it's going to turn into Cataclysm. So if you're interested in Wrath specifically, for its own sake, you know, now is kind of like the last time to kind of level up a character in Wrath before Cataclysm happens. It tickles me by asking what rank of bite does my pet have? Probably rank 1. Rank 2. He has rank 2 of bite, actually. I don't know if that's good or bad, honestly. Oh yeah, I imagined a comma there. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, people do Wrath of the Lich King hardcore, but there is no like dedicated server for it. But some people do it anyway. Just like some people tried to do Sodcore, which is hardcore Season of Discovery. I hear that worked out really well. Oh, and one thing to keep in mind about leveling up in Wrath of the Lich King is right now you have the Joyous Journeys buff. That gives you bonus experience from completing quests, killing enemies. It doesn't really shorten the journey. It shortens the journey a little bit. It still makes it a nice long journey. It's still like, it's probably like 90 to 100 hours still to reach max level, even with the Joyous Journey buff. But it does make it a little bit more palatable than like not having it. Instead of having a 250 hour journey to max level, you will have like a 100-hour journey, and it will feel much more joyous. Hence the name. Yeah, Alex, I saw that. You died underwater. Well, everyone has to die underwater at some point. At least you didn't fall off a boat and drown in the middle of the ocean. At least you were just being inattentive. I feel like why not have a hunter tank too? Maybe in phase 2 they'll shake things up. Maybe by the end of the Season of Discovery, all classes will be able to fill all roles. Any class could heal, any class could tank. Maybe that's the end game of SOD, is that every class has a way to do everything. I feel like we could tank okay. I would really love to see a mage tank. Because that's kind of like a meme. Like, oh look, it's a tank pulling aggro, it's a mage tank. But I would like to see an actual mage tank. Would be awesome. Let's pick these two things up with our pet. We'll tank a couple of these with our pet. So they're not hitting the casters, the healer, everybody. This guy needs to stop DPSing the one that's attacking him, and he needs to move on and attack something else. That would be like the smart thing to do. Then again, he's not taking a lot of damage either. I don't want my pet to tank. Yeah, I get that my pet could do it. I don't want my pet to do it. I want to do it. I want my character to be tanking. I want my pet to be there to deal damage and support. Maybe my pet even heals me a little bit. Maybe there will be certain pets that can just heal you passively. Like maybe owls can heal you. And then I want to be tanking the enemies myself as the hunter. Using a combination of like avoidance and tricks, traps, stuff like that. And then I want my pet to be supporting me, dealing damage, or healing me. And I think obviously like the mage could tank through having like magical barriers. You already got like mana shield, frost shield, you need like a couple more persistent damage reductions, and then like, you know, ways to maybe we can work Scorch in as a threat, like big threat on Scorch. Like a fire mage tank, maybe? Are we just trying to leave all this stuff up here? We're not going to deal with this stuff, or okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm hoping we deal with all of it because I kind of want the kill XP. I don't think this is the Deadmines stuff playing. I had music playing in Leatrix, and I thought, well, maybe it did revert back to. We're supposed to be listening to Ashenvale stuff right now, but it's not. It's not really. I'm trying to play music from Leatrix instead of listening to Deadmines track. Here we go. This is Ashenvale music. Yeah, just so we can kind of chill. Yeah, Heracles, I get it, man. Yeah, life is expensive as shit. I totally understand. I'm a poor person. I don't have any money either. So I get what you're saying. It sucks. It sucks, like, in life, though, like, ultimately, we have to, like, pick and choose our poisons, yeah? It's like, yeah, you can have Netflix, or you can have WoW. Like, yeah, sometimes you just have to face those hard choices. But I get it. It sucks. Hey, if I didn't have the channel, I probably couldn't afford to play video games at all. So I definitely couldn't afford to have a gaming computer or any of that stuff. If I wasn't here doing this, hanging out with you guys. So I understand. I really feel uncomfortable leaving these guys up because I worry about runners, but I guess we'll just deal with it if we have to deal with it when it happens. Oh, we got the female character question. Thanks, Alex. I missed it. Why do I play female characters? It's like I used to only play male characters back in my 20s when I needed to have like a male power fantasy and I needed to play like a big buff fucking dude in a video game that could just like rip people apart. And then like I became a buff dude and then I got older. And it's funny, when I only played male characters, nobody asked me why. And now it's just like, what do I want to look at for 200 hours? Some disproportioned dude with like forearms as big as my head that are probably tumors instead? Like, is that what I want to look at? Or do I want to look at a night elf lady? And I guess like the older I get, the more the answer is I'd rather look at the night elf lady. I'm not trying to be my character, I guess. I'm trying to look at my character. And because we love the ladies, yeah. That's a fair enough thing to say. Absolutely. Like some people when they play an RPG, they make the character that they want to be. Like, especially younger men. When they play an RPG, they make the character they wish they were. I don't wish I was a character. I'm fine with me. And so I make the character, I guess, that I'd like to hang out with. Have a cup of coffee, talk about the books we're reading, whatever, you know? Stare at the back of for 200 hours. That's it. It's pretty simple and shallow. But yeah, that's literally the top asked question in my comments on YouTube. Most asked question. It's funny how much people will look for meaning in places where there is no meaning. No, it's fine. It's the most... There's a reason why it's the most common question. Like, I don't really know what it is. But there's some, like, human reason why it's the most common question. I don't know what people want me to say. I think there's a camp of people that, like, think I must be a pervert. I just like looking at boobies, which is true. And then there's a camp of people that maybe think that I have gender issues, which might be true. Like, I think different people have the question from like different points of concern, but I've never been able to really like figure out exactly what those points of concern are exactly.
You there, check out that noise.
And then the funny thing is, if I only ever played male characters, nobody would ever be like, Robert, why do you only play male characters? Why is it that you never play a female character model? Do you hate women, Robert? If I only played male characters, the question would never come up. That's the part that I find really amusing. Is that there's no flip side of the coin. I'm playing the gender that I'm not, and so people have questions. If I was playing my gender, people would just be like, oh, he's playing his gender role appropriately. That's good, we can carry on. And like, no one would ever ask why I only play male characters. This looks like the group I had yesterday. This is so much better than the group I had yesterday, though. I feel like Dickerus, I mean, he named his character, not me. Dickerus here. Dickerus here, he's doing okay. Like, he has threat 80% of the time. Not, like, Fear Boner, I didn't name these people. Fear Boner has threat about 40% of the time, and they're both classes that could tank. So, you know, at least it's not a druid that's getting killed or a healer that's getting smacked. Dickerus and Fear Boner, between the two of them, they're doing okay. Yeah, I hardly ever read people's names, and that's why. That's why. I don't even know. Emma, you're not being offensive at all. I find it an interesting topic of conversation. If I found it offensive, I would not continue to talk about it. I just would have kicked you from the channel. Because I'm cutthroat like that. sometimes I like talking through things. I know it's weird, like a dude on a stream likes to hear his own voice. Sometimes I like talking through things because it helps me think about them a little bit more clearly than if I just like rattle them around in my own head. Like when I talk through things, that even things that don't need to be talked about, it helps me like develop new ideas and different perspectives on the issue. So yeah, I like beating a dead horse. Like, I'm fine with it. I find human behavior very interesting. The things people do and don't do and why. So I like to toss it back and forth and kick it around and see what falls out. Alex said something because he knew it was going to inspire me to go on a rant when I saw it. And he knows that sometimes these rants can be semi-entertaining. That's why he said something. Let no dead horse go unbeaten is what I always say. We'll squeeze some more blood from these stones. Exactly. Well, see, there you go. Yeah, see, first-hand experience. And I think older people can just admit those things, whereas like maybe like a younger person doing that would have like an adverse reaction to the question. Some kind of insecurity about it. I don't have any insecurities left when it comes to physical stuff, so I'm too old for that. Riddles, if that's what people really want to do, then they need to get a real life. Yeah, when I look at people in a video game, like, this is a dude, this is a dude, this is a dude. Like, all these people are dudes. And they're not just dudes because I'm pretty sure 80% of them are male. That's not why they're dudes. Regardless of their actual gender, they are dudes because they are people who are just, like, strangers playing the video game with me. Like, I don't care about their genitalia. We're in a video game. And I don't... So, like, and that's what you kind of have to assume. You're playing an online video game. It's all just dudes. It's all just dudes. And, like, 80% of them are dudes with male genitalia. You know? That's just the realities of it. I know that. I knew that early on in my gaming life. Like, as if I didn't know it, it was one of the first things my friend told me when I started playing WoW. He's like, just so you know, Robert, only guys play WoW. You see that female character over there? That's a dude. And I'm like, man, I know that. Everybody on the internet's a dude. Would I go into a hot, steamy room with undressed men? Like, that's called the sauna. Yeah, I've already done things like that. It's called showering at public gyms and stuff. It's called the YMCA. Like, Laura, you just described the YMCA and like every locker room that I've ever been in. Yeah. And it's not just a bunch of undressed men, it's a bunch of like really fit undressed men, so. That's how you go into the sauna. I mean, you have a towel. You've clearly never been in the men's locker room. There are tons of people that go to the men's locker room that are very insecure, that will dress underneath their towel and stuff like that. But most of the people in the men's locker room are simply there to get dressed and to undress, and they do that with abandon. They do that without really caring, because you know that's just what you do. You just do what you got to do. So yeah, like, you're gonna see, if you look around at a men's locker room, you're gonna glimpse genitalia. You just don't, you know, like most people, just to be polite, you don't look around a lot no matter what, because you're just trying to be polite. And you're there to get your job done. You're there to get changed, get out on the floor, do your workout, get back to work. But yeah, I could definitely go to a public bathhouse. No, I mean, I don't know, who cares? Like, that's the worst thing, especially in America. Like, how much we make, like, the human body just fucking, like, absolutely taboo. Like, we're allowed to put graphic violence on television where people are getting their brains splattered against the boards of the wall behind them. We can show it in full gory detail, but we can't show a boobie. And we can't show a sack. because that is taboo. But it's okay to portray the worst type of graphic violence you can describe and just call it TVMA, let it run on AMC and be done with it. But God forbid you see a boob. Oh man, shit's gonna go down. Gyms need to do something about people who bring their smartphones in and record people. They do. They hang up signs that say, please don't have your cell phone out. I mean, I don't worry about it. There's not really a reason to. There's things that you can control and things that you can't. And I guess that falls under the category of like the things you really can't control. We have rules, and not everyone follows them. It's not a surprise. But I've never been in the locker room and looked at a guy with his cell phone out and thought like, man, this guy is taking pictures of my ding-a-ling. I've never had that thought. I've probably been guilty of pulling my phone out in the locker room to check a message or check my email at times as well. So like I've probably like violated that rule without even knowing it because I have no ill intent. This run has gone really smooth. I don't remember most of it, so that's a good thing. Lori, I missed that part. Now, if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do that on OnlyFans. I want to get paid for it. Like, I don't mind doing what you said, but I do want to make money off of it because it sounds hot. So I know there's an audience out there for it. A towel fight, yes. There you go. Getting whipped with a towel hurts. Yeah, it's not my idea of a good time. I guess we're going into melee here, unless we can come over this way. Here we go. No, we got this guy on us. He's stuck to us. Alex, if you say that, people are going to take you seriously. We found that out. we found that out. Is this a dungeon run? Yeah, this is Dead Mines. A 5-man dungeon at level 20 to 25. Excellent. I don't know how we got on this topic. Apparently this is just what happens when we do dungeon runs. Because apparently I don't pay attention in dungeon runs at all anymore. On the Hunter, I just slam buttons and let my auto attack do the rest. Exactly, Alex. Yes. Yes. This has been a really good group. I'm proud of these guys. I'm proud of Dickerus and Fearboner. They've really carried us through. And Ishorsh, I can't even say the last guy's name. Asshorse. His name is Asshorse. Guys, we have Fearboner, Dickerus, and Asshorse here. He spelled ass A-A-I-S. Ass. Asshorse. Some kind of like accent. Asshorse. I don't know what's wrong with these people. How do you play 200 hours on Asshorse and feel okay with your time? Can someone explain this to me? How do you put 200 hours into Asshorse Or Dickarus. I bet Dickarus did not realize his name was Dickarus until he put it in. It probably sounded really good in his head. Like, yeah, Dickarus. The stealthy rogue Dickarus. Hailing from Elwyn Forest. He probably had a big backstory for Dickarus. But it turns out his name is Dickarus. Because obviously it's Dickarus. And then, you know, Fearboner knew what he was doing. Look at the weird font that he used in his name. He's got a weird B. Yeah, he pulled out a weird B for that one. He's like, that'll save me from getting banned. I'll pull out the weird B, and it'll save me from a ban. Apparently, it's been true. Dickarus, Fearboner, and Ass Horse walk into Deadmines. Right, it is the beginning of a joke. I need to get this guy onto my pet. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're good. We're doing a great job of trying to DPS this boss and ignore the ads, except the ads are probably going to kick the crap out of us if we don't kill the boss quickly. This is the second time we've seen the Emberstone staff. I feel like maybe they upped the drop rates on some of these later items in the dungeon. That's nice. Let's see what kind of needs we get going on that. Fearboner needs it. So that's good. I guess he would be the only one that would need it. I don't know, with all that intellect, stamina, and spirit on it, it's almost a hunter weapon. It's almost a hunter weapon. Alex says hunter weapon. What do I have on my weapon? I got 7 agility. I almost feel like 5 stam, 8 int, and 5 spirit is better. What do you guys think? It's a tough one. if I take this from Fearboner, what are the odds I get kicked? Need it and then vendor it. Oh, Lori, that's brutal. Absolutely savage. He won it. He won the item, but I have showed my true colors. If they ask, I will say all weapons are hunter weapons. I should make a macro of that. I should just make a text macro. All weapons are hunter weapons, so that whenever anybody asks why I rolled on a weapon, I can just hit them with that macro. Yeah, we'll type one up. If his name wasn't Fearboner, I never would have thought about rolling. To be honest.
Lapdogs, all of you.
How do we benefit from spirit? Like everybody else, regen. Yeah, just with regen. Nothing special. I guess I feel more pleased giving Fearboner a little scare because of his atrocious name.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
We still gotta kill the ads. The ads are like, guys. Now this one, it's good that we blew a bad roll because now we have a better chance of winning this Agi cloak, which we actually do need. We'll see. We did not win it. Ass Horse won it. So the Agi cloak went to Ass Horse. So there's that. Yeah, we did. Did I fall to the dark side? I don't know, man. I rolled on a good staff off a guy named Fearboner. Is that the dark side? If that's the dark side, then yes. I would rather be on the... If he had a normal name for a normal person, I never would have thought to do that to him. But I would have equipped the staff and used it, to be fair, yeah. Unsent letter. I can't carry any more of this item. Because I already killed this guy. Now let's see. I'm going to dismiss my pet here. And we'll see if maybe we can kill Cookie this time. We'll see if we can kill Cookie. Alright, the pet is gone. Bye-bye, pet. They're looking around for my pet. They're like, where is this dude's pet? It's gonna screw this up. My pet's gone. Let's go. I'm not gonna be the first to jump down. I see these guys over here. Alright, hey, we did it. Alex, I should roll need if the wand drops. I can't. If I can equip it, I'll roll on it, but I can't equip wands. Would the game let me roll need on the wand? Oh, that's terrible. I can't even equip it. It did drop. Yeah, we've been getting, like, all these blues are dropping. They must have changed the drop rates. It's easy money. Fair. Fair. 16 silver. Fear Boner wants it. I gotta let him have the wand. Because I probably would have won it, you know? At least the staff, at least I didn't win the roll. That was super simple. We almost hit level 21. Let's get out of here. Yeah, with that name, he needs nothing. He needs to re-roll, is what he needs to do. I don't get it. I never understood joke names. How you could play a character for hundreds of hours that has a joke name. I kind of wouldn't mind doing another one. Not with this group. There's no fun in doing the run with the same group. Eventually, I might want to actually like do some questing, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I won't have to do any quest. Inventory looks okay. I feel like we should be killing some of these people. But I kind of want to do things in level order. So we're gonna head up to the farm and kill the Watchers, or the Harvest Watchers. I also have to... I thought I had to get Dude's compass. Yeah, the simple compass. Well, the Primordial, that one is unfortunate, yeah. It's almost funny. Obviously, it's not really funny. It's better than Fear Boner? I don't know. Yeah, it's bad. It's all bad. Just don't make a joke name. Your joke name's gonna offend somebody. Even if, like, your joke name you think is really clever. Like, it's just, it's never that funny. It's never worth it. And then eventually you're gonna have a character that you spend, like, 200 hours on. And their name is gonna be Asshorse. And you're gonna be like, oh man, I can't wait to log on to Asshorse today. Do some PvP. Hundreds more hours logging into Asshorse. I don't get it. I want to do another run, but I'm kind of worried that if I hit level 21, I'm going to lose some quests. What quest am I going to lose at level 21? Stormpike Delivery, Humble Beginnings will turn gray. I'm going to hit 21 anyway. That's the problem. I'm going to hit 21 by the time I finish this kill quest, and then we'll see what happens. I should have a pet out. Having a pet out would be good. What level could I do Shadowfang Keep at? Do I have to wait till 25? How long do I spend customizing my character? In Classic Era, not that long. Because there's not a lot of, like, awesome options in Classic Era, honestly. I have a couple of staples, like I need to have hair that doesn't touch my shoulders, so there's only a couple of haircuts that are available. Because hair that touches your shoulders will eventually clip. You see how the sword is clipping into our shoulder pad? If we had hair down there, the hair would start to do that too. So yeah, I have to have hair that's off my shoulders. And that limits things. And Classic is very simple when it comes to options. I wish they would add more options for Classic. Like, take some of the options that exist in retail and kind of work them backwards. That'd be nice. In retail, I can take a while. In retail, I like to hit the randomizer. I just hit the randomizer, like, over, and I can hit the randomizer all day. And then I just try to find something on the randomizer that looks really cool, and then I go in and tweak, like, a few things. But the randomizer in retail is really fun, just to sit there and click random, random, random. It throws some really cool stuff at you. Like stuff you would never think about. Now, if it's a reference to something, it's not like a joke, necessarily a joke name. When I think of a joke name, I just think of like vulgar stuff that everyone is gonna know right away when they read it. That's what I think of as a joke name, or just something really stupid. If it's kind of like obscure, if it's kind of obscure in any way, then I don't know if I count it as a joke name. It's only like the obvious stuff. And like just the really vulgar stuff that I count as like a true like joke name. Basically like a name that when you picked it, you knew that you were going to upset somebody. And that made you smile. Like, I guess that would be a joke name. I could probably turn off Leatrix music now and go back to like the zone music. That could be good. Let's do that. We actually have to go back in and re-enable music. There we go. There we go. Oops, that's not what I want. Yeah, there probably never will be sliders in WoW. I don't know if like the way they design their armor and stuff, if it really like allows for there to be like variance. Ideally, there could be height sliders. Like you know, the more sliders, the better. But I don't think WoW will ever be a character creator that has any kind of sliders. We're never gonna have height or width or anything. Yeah, if you need sliders, you got to go play Final Fantasy XIV. Master Eden, that's good to know. At my age, I don't know if that's ever going to happen. If I were a younger man, maybe. Because I have no moral qualms against it. Not at all. I lack the creativity and the effort. Because I definitely don't have anything morally against it. Yeah, see, there's my wife. I tell him the same thing all the time. Yeah, she has told me that. In part joke, but also like not completely joking at all. And my response is the same, like I don't have the creativity or the energy for that kind of thing. Yeah, I can live a double life. Yeah. I always thought from when I was a kid I would lead a double life, but I thought I'd be like a cop during the day and a ninja at night. This is a little bit different than that. Stop it. This stream has been a little bit too thirsty for my liking today. It's Saturday. You guys got to go out and do something with your lives, right? Isn't it Saturday? You guys need to get out into the world, see some grass and touch some people. I don't know what to tell you. It's never too late to be Batman. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I'd be a police detective during the day and a ninja at night. When I was like 5 or 6, I was sure of it. I didn't really account for like when I would sleep, like in that rotation. Sleep didn't seem to be like an important factor. I have walked through my neighborhood while walking my dog while carrying a baseball bat, so I kind of am Batman. In a way, I'm the Batman that people will look outside their windows and be like, there's that dude walking his dog with the bat again. So in a way, I kind of did become Batman. But just like very literally. We don't live in the best neighborhood. I wasn't going to a baseball game at night. We just don't live in the best neighborhood. Sounds more like a madman, yeah. I wasn't swinging at anybody. Nah, it's the madmen out there in the world that I carry the bat for. What I was worried about was the crazy people. Because it's a blunt object. We live like on a decent street, but it's surrounded by a couple of neighborhoods that are like just really bad. So if I walk at night, it's nice to feel like I don't have to rely on like my dog to kill people if it's necessary. Just living in a bad neighborhood. I did it during a period of time when we were told that people were trying to break into people's cars. So like our neighbor had told us, hey, some people were trying to get into your car, some people got into my car. They've been trying to get into cars all up and down the street. So for the time that I was walking around at night when I take my dog for a walk with the baseball bat, it was with the full knowledge that there were literally hooligans out there breaking into shit. And I thought, like, if I come across a group of people like trying to break into a car, like, well, I'd rather have a nice blunt object with me. Just to kind of deter them from escalating their crimes to vehicular breaking and entry to like robbery. I thought maybe a baseball bat would deter people from fucking with me. That was the biggest thought. It wasn't a thought to ever have to use it. It was a thought like this will be a good deterrent if I come across people who are currently like looting somebody's vehicle. They'll be like, oh, big dude with a dog and baseball bat. Maybe we better make ourselves scarce. That was kind of the intent. Not hooligans. Yeah, hooligans. I live in a neighborhood. I assume they were hooligans because they were probably like teenagers or some shit. You know what I mean? They probably weren't like full-blooded adult criminal masterminds. They were probably just some teenagers searching for like, you know, cigarettes, pocket change, whatever they can get out of people's cars. But still, you come across a pack of hooligans, you don't want them to think, maybe this is the night we up our game. Maybe we take this dude's money. I don't carry money with me anyway. They wouldn't know that. I can get a good old 357. That's a blunt object. It's a blunt object that sends things traveling way too fast at humans. No, I don't. Like, that's the last thing that I want. Because I feel like that I can't use. That's the other thing. I'm never gonna shoot somebody. You know what I mean? Unless there have already been shots fired. And I know that about myself. So I would never carry that kind of thing to think I'm gonna like defend myself with it. A blunt object I will use if I have to. Yeah, I can bring myself to use a blunt object because it's likely that the subject of the blunt object is gonna be able to recover afterwards. Like, if I have to use a blunt object on somebody, they're gonna be able to go on and have a life, most likely. If I have to use what you said, then it's likely that that's not gonna be the case. So it's like a willingness thing. I would only carry a thing that I'm actually willing to use. My pet is super unhappy. My pet is the unhappiest pet. He doesn't have any food either, I don't think. What can we feed this guy? Copper tubes? No. Ore? No. Flowers. He likes flowers, right? He doesn't like flowers. So what about okra? Surely he likes him some okra. He doesn't like veggies. He's not a vegetarian. Okay, we can fix this. We can solve this problem. It's gonna take us making it to the water. Let's go this way. And then we can also turn in the flask of oil quest. Let's go fish up some fishies for our guy. I think that's what we have to do. Get some pork for him. He loves eating other boars, the flesh of other boars. That being said, I don't have any inventory space. Okay, there we go. We'll fish him up some stuff. That's what hey, we hit level 21 at some point also. During all that nonsense. I gotta get out of aim shot. I don't even want to look at aim shot. I'm gonna go into improved arcane shot instead. And eventually we'll swap that point around. Let's equip this. And we'll just hope we don't get jumped by a bunch of murlocs. Is it cannibalism if it keeps your pet happy? If it's cannibalism, it's cannibalism, yeah. Is it bad if it keeps him happy? No, not necessarily. But it still would be technically, by the definition, cannibalism, yeah. I mean, I think it's fine too. He's an animal. He doesn't know. I think cannibalism requires, like, knowledge and intellect and awareness. Like, animals eat other animals all the time. It's fine. From what expansion in WoW do you no longer need to learn spells from trainers? Maybe by Mista Pandaria, I think. Not Cataclysm. Was it Cataclysm that took the trainers out of the equation? It could have been Cataclysm. It was either Cataclysm or Mop. But that's a good question, because we're gonna have Cataclysm soon. Yeah, at some point it just started to pop up on your screen and be like, you hit level 2, you have learned blah, and then it would put it down in your bar for you. So. Yeah, the animal world is full of cannibalism, exactly. A lot of animals eat their own young, so, yeah. Hedgehogs eat their young? I knew there was something shifty about that Sonic guy. Something I didn't quite like. Hedgehogs. Those poor cute little baby hedgehogs. Yeah, hamsters do it too. Alright, that should be okay for now. Let's go turn in the lighthouse quest so I can ditch the rest of the flame oil. He wants to give me so many items that I don't want. I don't want all of your junk. Stop trying to pawn your junk off onto me. He doesn't want to pay for his recycling fees, so he's trying to give me all of his junk. I don't want it. The okra I don't need anymore. Oh my god, how many spaces do I need? Coarse blasting powder. I don't think I need this. Alright, we're not going to take any of his other quests, and we have the hearth back. We have to just get back to town and... yeah. I never looted the compass for some reason. I guess maybe my inventory was full when I went to loot the compass, so we still don't have the compass. Which is pretty messed up. Is this bow better than what I have? No, not really. 10 to 20 over 9 to 18. But it only does 6 DPS as opposed to 7.9. It's slower. Okay. Is there any reason why I would want to use the slower bow over the light bow that I currently have? I don't think so. But I would be willing to hear arguments for it. He wants to show me the project, Amy? Yeah, have him come down and show me. Yeah, he can come down. As long as he doesn't, like, completely take over the stream, he can come down. If he just wants to show us his little engineering project. Okay, so are we good? Do we need to buy meat for the pet? Probably. We have 1 fish left. I don't know if he'll eat the oily blackmouth things. I bet he'll eat fish. Let's do that.
Go with honor, friend.
Hey, bud.
Look, I finished it.
Let me see. So it's like a homemade claw machine. You can't see it really well on the camera, but there's some like fuzzy guys inside, and they had to make this little arm out of like wood and string and rubber bands and stuff. Yeah. Don't grab the whole camera because you'll probably pull it right off of the mount. Do these guys have googly eyes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What the heck? What is this? This is so cool.
Yeah, that's my Murloc Funko Pop.
You have a Murloc Funko Pop.
Are you more successful at this claw machine than the ones at the stores? It's easier.
Yeah, like.
That's really cool.
It's super easy.
It took you guys a while to make it.
Oh no, it's not.
Malfunctioning now?
Yeah. Oh.
Alright, go ahead, Mom, fix it. Here, take this with you.
No, I got it.
Alright, let me put this down here then. That's really cool, man.
Hi, Mom. I'm on YouTube.
Oh my gosh. Alright, we're heading south.
Where are you going to go fight some Murlocs or what?
I live in a man cave. I live in a basement office. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
It's a little half-finished room. The banners in the shelf are hiding the concrete walls that make it look like a prison cell. That's really what's going on.
He's in prison.
Yeah. I'm in prison. Nothing to read into there.
That's why your name is Robber.
Wow, that's so lame.
You get it, Robber.
Oh, I get it. I haven't heard that 17 million times when I was your age. Robert the Robber.
Robert the Robber.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty classic.
It's classic, yeah. It's an oldie but a goodie.
Oh, I love this little Murloc. It's so cute. Guys, look, it's so cute. It's so cute. It's adorable. Why does it look so adorable?
I don't know. It also glows in the dark. We should check it out tonight. I haven't seen it glow in the dark yet, but apparently it glows in the dark.
Oh, okay. Maybe you should like start recording, like real recording, and then it can be like we just record a video at night, like showing everybody the Murloc glowing in the dark.
I'm sure they would be super interested in that.
Guys, are you interested? I'm gonna look at the chat.
You can't. You don't look at my chat. Get out of there.
I'm reading chat.
Yeah, you can read a little bit.
Say I if you think this guy's cute.
All right, this is where you're taking over my stream. This is what I said you couldn't do. I said you could come down here and show me your project, but that you couldn't take over the stream.
Okay.
Okay,
fine.
I love you.
Love you too. Bye, guys. Please record us. See that glow in the dark.
Can you shut my door, please? Thank you. I think he took off. Did he take off with my Murloc? Oh no, he put it back. For a minute, I thought he took off with him. Yeah, he's gonna take over the channel when I die. He asked me one time, like, when I was gonna get my YouTube plaque for having 100,000 subscribers on the channel. And I told them that by doing the mathematics, that I'd probably have my 100,000 plaques sometime around the time I turned 90 years old, by doing the math. And that I probably wasn't going to live till 90. And he said, that's okay, I'll be sad when you die, but I will continue your channel so that we can get the plaque. He's very considerate. Yeah, little does he know, he's not going anywhere near my channel until he graduates from college. He's not going anywhere near it until that happens. That's it. I have to start using clickbait titles and laser eyes to get 100k subs. Yeah, obviously. Like my thumbnail game especially would have to be taken up like several notches. I couldn't just have like honest thumbnails with like a screenshot of what's going on and the episode title. Like that's not the way to go. Yeah, there's a lot of shit that I'd probably have to do that I'm not really exactly comfortable with. Besides getting really lucky. You know, I could get really lucky. Like, sometimes, like, YouTube will randomly grab a video of mine, and it'll just, like, pop it off for a little bit. So, like, you know, but besides that happening, yeah. I could start playing Minecraft. You know? Yeah, there's things I could do to get to that point. I'm just not really comfortable with a lot of them. The thumbnails have to have arrows. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, the thing is, I do have the skills in the background to make better thumbnails. You know, I did training development for a long time, so I know how to use these programs to make things that are more visually appealing. I just, like, I don't know. It's a lot of effort, and it also seems like if you're titling things weird or trying to go out of your way for thumbnails, like, to look really awesome, it's kind of, like, disingenuous. So I like to keep it simple. Explosions. Yeah, I think, like, laser eyes are good too. No Minecraft. Yeah, exactly. I try to make thumbnails that are just like, that just aren't painful to look at. And if I make a decent thumbnail, it's not painful to look at. It articulates the point of what's going on. Then I'm okay with that for the most part. I have to have a pic of me gasping at something. Yeah, like stupid facial expressions. Like, I can't do all that shit. I can't do all that stuff. Like, I don't want to. I don't want to have my face with a dumb expression on it, staring at a picture of the Blizzard icon with it broken in half by a lightning bolt. Like, I don't want to do any of that stuff. You could tell, like, Bellular doesn't want to do it either. Like, Bellular's videos now, like, all of his thumbnails now have his face in them, but you can tell he's, like, not really into it. He has the same dour expression on his face, the same deadpan look in every single thumbnail on his channel. You know, you could tell that he knows that the trend on YouTube is that he has to have his face with an expression on it in his thumbnails, surrounded by logos and arrows and shit. Like, he knows that because he's super smart, so he does it. But he doesn't put a lot of effort into it, and it's just like Bellular's face, like just like a deadpan, like he's unhappy. He's always disgruntled about something, so it's like his default look. But it's like every thumbnail is the same now, because it's just Bellular's face looking slightly dissatisfied with something. And I'm not gonna do that. To be fair, like, I am often dissatisfied with many things, so it probably wouldn't be hard, but. It's his default look, yeah. He has a resting, dissatisfied face. RDF. Sounds like a WoW dungeon. We're gonna do some RDF later. Yeah, I could. I have a very, like, just stern, dissatisfied look about me most of the time as well. Yeah, like, I can't believe Blizzard is doing this. I'm so dissatisfied. Yeah, I probably could. I just don't want to. Enough people are already doing it. The angry millennial look. Unhappy with everything in this reality. Why is reality so unkind to me specifically? Life is so unfair, specifically to me and people who I like. We need, yeah, every Bellular title, we need to talk about this. And then it's like 4 different game studio icons. One of them has been sheared in half. The other one is on fire. You know, the text of the title episode is massive layoffs. Blizzard at it again. Microsoft ruining Activision. Right, like, oh my god. I don't click on any of the shit. I haven't watched a Bellular video from front to back in like 7 or 8 months. I like the we need to talk about this. We need to talk about this. This is bad, guys. He can't even make himself sound even remotely edgy. He's like, we need to have a balanced conversation about the topic. We need to have a nice, fair, balanced conversation about the topic where we take in both sides and analyze them thoroughly. He's not even capable of getting too upset because he's not American. I feel only Americans have the propensity to get that upset about basically nothing, about shit that they can't control at all. Where's my hometown? I grew up, I was born and raised in Michigan. I went to the same high school that Eminem went to. The musical artist, Eminem. We didn't go at the same time. He's like 8 years older than me. But yeah, I grew up in that neighborhood. I spent like 6 or 7 years living in Missouri. And then we came back here to Michigan. The musical artist Eminem, Marshall Mathers. I don't know. If you don't know who Eminem is, you're probably fine. But also go on Spotify. Yes, Eminem. That is how you spell it. You spelled it perfectly. Yeah. The real Slim Shady. It's hard to believe he's 51 years old. Yeah, I know. It's hard for me to believe that I'm 40 years old. It's crazy. He looks like he's 36. Like whatever he is doing, I want to be doing that. Except I know what he's doing. He's been sober for like 15 years. Like just completely sober. And so he's 51 and he looks like he's 36 years old. He looks younger than me. And I am 10 years younger than him. It's crazy. I guess like having a shit ton of money helps probably, but only so much. You mean M&M's the candy? Yes, I went to high school with a candy. Yeah. Oh god, I got invited to a group. What have I done? Wait, what happened? I spammed a long time ago. Oh no, this must be people in this area. Okay, I know what's happening now. I'm back with it. I got invited to a group and I just thought like, wait, is this for a dungeon? No, it's not. It's for killing these people. Right here in front of us. Lori, that's fair. Yeah, I get it. How many more guys do we even need? We need a lot. Oh, no, we need a couple path stalkers and then we're done. Awesome. I don't know, Adrius. I don't know if that's true or not. It could. I mean, it's easy to make up English words that start with those letters. It would be easy to say that it stands for any number of things, but I've never heard that specifically. The healer left and this guy got himself killed. That's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. I love it. That was fun. Oh yeah, Toast? That's an interesting story. Nah, I see. We went to the same high school, but it was 10 years apart. I never saw him around or anything. We weren't buddies. But yeah, if you spend any time in Detroit, which like nobody with any sense really does, but if you spend any time in places in Detroit, then yeah, like you might see Eminem sometimes. I wouldn't mind doing another Dead Mines run. So I will spam for a group. At 25 today? No. Andrea, you live in Detroit? I'm sorry. I hope you probably live in one of the few, like, nice places. There's not a lot of nice places in Detroit necessarily, but there are, like, safe places in Detroit to live. Well, yeah, maybe you live near the Wayne State campus or something. That'd be an okay place to be. 25 dead mine runs, yes. 25 dead mine runs, and then we still would not be level 25. Yeah, like, I grew up in Warren, like, right outside of Detroit. Like, right north of 8 Mile is the first place of residence that I ever remember us living as a kid. And that area was okay. It got a lot worse over time. And now Warren, Michigan is basically like a demilitarized zone. Is Detroit still really crime-ridden? Yeah, like in the way that like a lot of big cities are. Absolutely, it is. I don't live anywhere near Detroit now. I still live in a shitty neighborhood. But I live like 40 minutes outside of Detroit now. I don't live anywhere near it now. I don't want to be in this group unless it's a SFK group. Or a Dead Mines group. Let's see where this person's at. No, it's this person right near me. I don't want it to be taking these invites because I'm trying to look for a dungeon group. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, we still live in we live on a nice street that's kind of surrounded by crappier streets. So it just is what it is. There's good and bad places everywhere. The best thing you can do in like any area is to always be aware of your surroundings and just like have a sense of what's going on. And then typically you're fine. And sometimes to carry a baseball bat while walking your dog. Only during that time period because I knew there were hooligans about. It's not. I don't do it every time I take my dog out for a walk at night. And now when I walk at night, I have a little dog. So like, no, I still don't do it. It's just that during that period of time, I knew for a fact that there were hooligans about. I've been lucky enough to be a large male for my entire life. So like the amount of worry that I have to have, like becoming a victim of that kind of random violence has been less. Like, so I'm just lucky enough that like I have never had to worry too much about it. If someone were trying to pick a target for some kind of random violence, I would not be like the target they would identify first. So I don't typically worry too much. Bad can differ a lot. Yeah, it can, Laura. Yep, when I lived in Missouri, people told me like certain areas in Kansas City were bad. We lived in downtown Kansas City and people would be like, oh, don't go south of this street, don't go near Troost. And then I went to those places and I laughed because they were nowhere near as bad as places that I had hung out like as a kid and stuff back in Michigan. And so yeah, like that bad depends on the person and what they're used to. But it also depends on like the area. But a lot of like the definition of bad just depends on humans themselves and like what you're actually used to dictates what you think of as bad. Like in the neighborhood I grew up on, if you saw older kids or like adults you didn't know, like you crossed the street, you got away from them, you didn't pass by them, you didn't you avoided people that you didn't know. Because if you didn't, you were probably going to have a negative altercation. Like so you hung out with big groups of your friends for like safety and like I said, if you ever were alone, you just kind of avoided strangers. Many times in my life, I remember having to run from people. Like as a kid, like just having to run. Knowing that if I didn't get away, like bad shit was going to happen. And so yeah, my definition of bad is a little bit different. I remember getting jumped multiple times on the way to middle school and high school. One time a guy punched me in the back of the head because his friend told him that I looked like how he used to look. So he just walked up and punched me right in the back of the head. So yeah. Depending on where you live and what you've been through, bad is different. Yeah, and then a Monte Carlo pulled up with a bunch of his friends. And that was when I started jumping fences to get through the neighborhood. I was like, oh great. If I got this guy punching me, I'm about to have all these guys beating the shit out of me if I don't get out of here. And I still had to go to school that day, you know. Yeah, this was just the suburbs. This was like the suburbs right outside of Detroit, like right around Lincoln High School. And that area just got worse over time. Nah. Nah, he wasn't cognizant enough to really kill me. He was high on something. You know? It was like a sloppy little punch. Just took me unaware. I wasn't like a fighter back then anyway, unless we were kids like fighting another group of kids. Like I wasn't gonna fight this guy no matter what. The dude was bigger and older than me. I didn't run fast enough. That was the problem. I should have saw them walking up, and I should have just fucking turned the other way. That'd have been the smart thing to do. Cause dude would not have wasted any effort. The mistake I made was I passed them. You don't pass people. You don't pass people like that. You go the other way that they're going, and that way, if you're going the other way, you have a head start. So when you realize you need to run, like you have a head start on them. So I just fucked up. It was my fault. I got myself punched in the head. Dude wasn't even to blame. But like I said, once the car full of his buddies pulled up, then I did start jumping people's fences and cutting through backyards to get out of there. Survival instinct did kick in. I think I was like in 8th grade. Yeah, I think I was in 8th grade when that happened. We fought a lot as kids, but usually fights were like more direct. Usually you would be deciding to fight with another group of kids. Somebody would offend someone in your group, and then you just knew that like, okay, you were gonna fight, which is better than getting jumped. Alright, we are getting out of here. We're level 21. We have a level 16 quest in Darkshore. We have some level 15 quests that we need to get turned in. I have 35 minutes left on my Hearthstone. So, let's go back to Sentinel Hill. I think we have to go back to Stormwind really quick. I need to train level 20. I don't believe I ever trained level 20. We'll turn in Humble Beginnings. Stormpike delivery, that is also... No, that's in Lochmodan. Okay, so maybe we have to head back to Lochmodan. Lochmodan, we have Powder to Iron Band. Yeah, we just have a few things like scattered about that need to be taken care of soon if we're going to get experience for them. Yeah, Wolverine. Yeah, like kind of like that. Yeah, like and that it wasn't always like serious, but you know, it was what it was. I don't think even like most of the times that we fought, even the time I got jumped, I don't remember even like telling my parents about it, you know? It was a thing that happened sometimes, and it wasn't like super frequent, but it was just like accepted. And that's because like all we did as kids, we rode around the neighborhood on our bikes, we hung out at parks, we played sports, like we were just out like mingling with like other groups of kids that we didn't know. So of course, like within all that, there's going to be conflict. It's like completely natural. Nowadays, kids don't do that kind of stuff. They're not out riding through the neighborhood on their bikes. They're not out like miles from home encountering like strange other groups of kids from other schools. Like, I feel like that stuff is a lot less common these days. Like, by the time I was 6 or 7, like, I was riding my bike, like, a couple miles from home to, like, go to the park and stuff. Like, my kid doesn't go around the block by himself. He would never. And he's 8. And he would never... He's walked around our block dozens, hundreds of times with me. Like, he would probably never walk around the block by himself or ride a bike around the block by himself. He would be too scared to. He doesn't... It's not a part of his life. Like, kids don't do that kind of stuff anymore.
Looking for something specific?
Do I see it as problematic? Yes and no.
See you around.
Generations are allowed to be different. Like, generations are allowed to be markedly different.
For the Alliance.
And the other thing is, like, honestly, here we don't have a lot of kids his age living nearby. So, like, maybe it would be different if we lived in a neighborhood with a lot of kids his age, and they were all out playing in the streets in the summer and stuff. Maybe it would just be a little bit different. Maybe he would have the impulse to do those things. But no, like, by and by, like, and also, like, these days, like, you can't even really let your kids get too far from home because apparently that's a problem. You know, like, people can call the police on you because your kid is 2 blocks from your house and you're not with him. You know, even though he's 8, 9, 10 years old, like, people don't accept it as much. Like, people have an idea that the world is more dangerous than it used to be. That's why people don't accept it. But the problem is the world is not more dangerous than it used to be. We just know about more shit that happens. If anything, in a world where every single person has a cell phone, the world by nature has to be safer than it has ever been. Because, you know, like, if some bad thing happened to you back when I was a kid, there was no way to quickly call for help. There was no way to get emergency services to you. There was no way to call your parents. Like, you were just out there on your own, and that was it. But nowadays, with all the technology we have, I feel like, if anything, like, shit's safer. But people don't really see that because the same technology that makes us safer gives us more of a window into all the bad stuff that happens all the time. That bad stuff always happened. We just weren't always looking at it. Yeah, Jason, as a kid, I was never at home. Like, not if I wasn't at school. Like, if it was summer, like, I did not want to be at home. If I was at home, it's just because, like, there was nobody to hang out with, or maybe it's a rainy day or a snow day, like, I don't know. There would be times when you'd spend time at home, but if you could be out on your bike or out in the neighborhood playing roller hockey, like, you were doing that. It's just a different time. Yeah, see, Mike, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if you don't feel comfortable, you don't feel comfortable. Like, everyone has their own, like, comfort threshold. Yeah, and do I see problems with it? Like, no, not necessarily. If that's the way the world is structured, then there's no problem with it. If the world was still structured and it required people to do those things, but people were not able to do them, that could cause problems. What I do see, though, is, like, I hear a lot more about, like, people who have kids and the kids are in their 20s. And I hear a lot more about those kids having anxiety about doing, like, normal stuff. Like, anxiety about driving a car. Anxiety about driving to and from school, to and from class. Anxiety about traveling to and from their jobs. I do hear a lot of stories from parents who have older kids in their teens and 20s talking about how the 20-year-old person doesn't seem, like, confident, or, like, they have anxiety about things that are, like, basic things. Driving your car to school. Something that when I was a kid, you'd be enthralled to have your own car to drive to school. You know, going to a job, same thing. When I was young, like a teenager, it'd be great to have a job to go to. I was really happy. So I think maybe it could cause problems in some people. I think if they don't grow confidence in some other ways, like if they don't find some avenue that they can grow some kind of like world confidence, then yeah, like helicopter parenting and not having your kids do things by themselves could cause problems for them, like definitely. If they're not going to gain confidence by being out on their own at a young age, then they have to gain confidence by something else. Now, what is that something else? I don't fucking know what it is, to tell you the truth. I don't know what other things could do it. Yeah, people are nuts in people are nuts in my neighborhood. Yeah, people are nuts everywhere. Oh man, that's the problem. It's like there are crazies. There are crazies all over the place, unfortunately. Then you hope that like if they do have those problems in their teens and 20s that they will just like they'll grow out of them at that point, like. But I don't know. It could be that we raise a generation of people that can't take care of themselves. Who knows? By trying to keep kids really safe, it could be that we raise a generation of people that for the most part, a lot of them don't have the ability to like fully function and take care of themselves. Shit, I can barely function. Like, and I learned to like take care of myself at a young age, and I feel like in this world, like I barely get by. So I don't know. Dudes out there shooting guns at 2 a.m. Yeah, that's really bad. No, exactly. In that case, yeah, like I wouldn't let my kid walk across the street either. JV reminds you of your brother who's 26. Yeah, I think some people get into their 20s, and if they haven't had a childhood or teenage years where they're doing a lot of stuff on their own, like independently, then they can get to a point where they don't have a lot of confidence doing basic stuff. Confidence is hard to get anyway. It's hard to be a confident person, like, at all. But then if you never go out on your own and just rely on yourself a little bit, that it probably becomes even harder. Confidence it's an incredibly hard skill to learn. I think a lot of people, more than you would think, struggle with it their entire lives. The US must be wild. The US is kind of like, it's like a nation of fear. Like, it seems a lot of like what people do is they find things to be afraid of. They talk about how fearful things are, and then they raise kids in a way that like kind of like brings that fear to the forefront. Because sometimes bad shit happens. A lot of times it does. It's just that like I think we look as a culture, we stare at the bad stuff more. We spend more time like looking at the news, looking at all the bad things that happen. We have social media. We don't miss a single beat of bad shit happening to people. And that was not as prevalent back when I was younger. Like, yeah, we had the nightly news, but we didn't have social media. We didn't have the internet blasting every single horrible event that's happened to every kid in the nation today. And there's just a lot more of it now. So people see all of it and they think, well, there's more to be afraid of now. And it's like, there's not more to be afraid of now. Stuff's probably safer now. It's just that you're more aware of it, and so you hyper-focus on it. Yeah, we pay too much attention to crap on MSN, Google, instead of learning things and observing reality for ourselves. Yeah. Like, is your reality dangerous? I don't know. Go outside, walk through your neighborhood. What do you think? Is your neighborhood dangerous, or is it not dangerous? Like, you should be able to determine some of these things for yourselves. You shouldn't just assume that because bad things happen, that bad things are happening right outside your door, unless you've looked outside your door and saw those things happening. What do I want to do now? Powder to Iron Band. I could lose this and it probably wouldn't matter too much. Turning in the killing fields would be good. Turning in this stuff would have been a great idea. I think like we don't really need to do this. However, he has other quests for us. He has other quests, right? He's got the Algaz Gauntlet. We might have lost his quest to get the supplies in the mine, so we might have just lost that one completely. I'm kind of okay with it. But yeah, I guess I need to turn this stuff in, ideally. But I will say, like, if people, if a generation of people comes up into the world, and they have anxiety problems, and they don't like driving cars, and they don't like driving to work every day, then I think that, like, society adapts to that. That's why we already have, like, self-driving cars and stuff. Maybe in 10 or 20 years, like, maybe my kid won't really have to drive his car all the time. Maybe when he needs to take his car to work or to class, his car will just drive him there. And he won't have to worry about the anxiety of other people on the roads or having a fender bender or any of that stuff. Like, maybe society and technology changes to adapt to, like, what people need. So that could be a possibility too. You know, already, like, instead of kids going out and playing out in their neighborhoods every day, they sign online, they go online, they get into video games, they connect with their friends virtually. So already, like, the world changes based on what people are doing. And that'll probably just continue. You'd be more scared of being a driverless car? At first, I think you would be, but I think that fear would wear off. Yeah, I understand that at first you would think, like, no way am I going to trust this thing to steer. And that would probably go on for a while. But I do think that eventually a lot of people would get used to it. I would like a car that drives me. Yep. I would love to have a car. I would love to get in my car with my kid in the morning and have the car drive us 3 miles to his school. It's not a long drive. You know, I'd love for us to just to be able, we could have a little chat, you know, we could just chill and have a nice drive to school. I wouldn't have to pay attention to the roads. The cars would be communicating amongst themselves, keeping us safe, keeping us going the speed limit. I don't got to worry about speeding and getting pulled over, you know, like, I don't have to worry about anything. The car just does it. I got no worries. We're fine. Yeah, I'd love that. That'd be great. And then sometimes I'm sure I'd want to drive my car too. Like, I'm sure I'd want to have, like, a manual option, but... Accidents would still happen because of technical failures. I think you could build in enough redundancy that an accident would not have to happen. Like, maybe your car would have to stop. Maybe if your car was having a problem, like communicating or whatever, it would have to pull off the road and it would have to stop or reboot and shut down. You know, there'd have to be things that would happen. There's things that would happen. If technology failed, there would be redundancies that would happen that would still prevent an accident, even if it had to take your car off the road for a minute, you know. I'm positive we can get to that point. We can't do much as a society. We haven't cured cancer. We haven't solved the problem of aging. But I think at some point we can have robots ferry us around. I think we can get there. You know, we might not ever take a person to Mars, but I do think we could have self-driving cars, and they could be fine. Now, will we ever have self-driving flying cars? No, we'll never get the flying cars that I was promised when I was a kid. That unfortunately is never going to happen. But I think automated cars is probably going to happen. Especially, like I said, as I see more and more 20-year-olds come of age and they don't like to drive, they don't want to drive, they're anxious about driving. Like, those are the people that are going to drive technological advancement. So they're going to drive it. They're going to take it in that direction. We could already have robots doing most jobs. Yeah, we have to solve. There's a lot of societal problems. There's a lot of societal problems that you have to solve first before you can have robots do a lot of jobs. That's what I've realized through thinking about it. Because robots could already, you could have a robotic box the size of a house that assembles and shits out like McNuggets. You know, you could have a robot McDonald's if you wanted. You could have a robot Applebee's. Like, you could have these things already. But the problem is, people need work to do. You'd have to get rid of the idea of work. And you'd have to get rid of the idea of jobs. People would have to have things to do that made them useful in society, but it couldn't be a job. Because, you know, jobs are those menial tasks that just have to get done, that people are doing because they need to get done. There's a lot of societal problems that have to happen first. Yeah, we have to fix a lot of things about about how societies are arranged, about how wealth is distributed. Like, there's a lot of problems you would have to solve first before robots took over jobs. So that won't ever happen. And it's not because we couldn't do it. It's because, like, spiritually and just, like, inherently, like, we as people are too stubborn to change that much.
Go with honor, friend.
We are too stubborn and too rooted in, like, the ideas of things that have come before us to change enough to make that kind of world a possibility. That's all. Alright, so we turned that one in, and that's good. So Stormpike's delivery, powdered. We could knock these out if we want to jump a flight to Loch Modan. We got a couple things we could knock out, and then I think after that we're gonna have to go back to Darkshore for a bit. At least the robots don't overestimate their own abilities. Yeah. Yeah, I never met a cocky robot. Transportation tubes, Futurama style. That would be cool. Yeah, like just pneumatic tubes that propel you through. Sure, I'm down for that. Yeah, I want to get rid of the idea of work. I want to get rid of the idea of not work. Because humans have to work. Humans have to be engaged in something that we find to be meaningful work. Otherwise, we start to have like mental problems. You have to have something that you feel, this is meaningful, this thing that I do. So I guess getting rid of the idea of jobs would have to be a thing. You'd still have work to do, but ideally it would be something that you didn't hate. And ideally, it would be something that helped society. Not just helped you make $15 an hour so you could pay your rent. But ideally, it would be something that you could feel would be meaningful and that would help society in some way.
How are you?
Because you'd still have to have work. You'd still have to have something to wake up and do. It just wouldn't be tied to your ability to live your life, like, safely and effectively. That's all. Okay, so here we go. Felsamar, Loch Modan. I'm going to put myself on this 6-minute flight. I'm going to go stretch my legs. I'm going to hydrate with some water. I advise you guys to do similarly. I will pop a little note in chat here. AFK while in flight. There we go. I can pin that. Boop. To the top of the chat. And I will see you guys in a few minutes.
See you later.
Paul, I forgot the train. Yeah, not a surprise. Yeah, that's pretty typical of me. It's a Robertism. I usually forget the train. I usually forget to empty my inventory. And I often forget to empty my bag, spend my talent points. We have no talent points though, so that's good. What am I missing out on for the training? Probably a lot of good stuff. Aspect of the Hawk 2, multi-shot. Serpent Sting, yeah. Yeah, we're missing out on a lot of stuff. Aspect of Cheetah, dual wield, okay. Freezing Trap, yes. Men Pet 2, yeah, we need some stuff. But we're okay to do the lower level stuff here really quick. We got a couple of things that I just want to get taken care of. And then we'll go train in Ironforge. I think one of these quests might take us back to Ironforge anyway, maybe.
What's on your
Stone Gear Search, what is this? This is something back in like Dunmorrow. I never do this one. I never do this one, but maybe I should. It takes us all the way back to Keranos. And then I have Search for Incendicite. We gotta do these. I've never really done these. So maybe we should.
Well met. Keep your feet on the ground. See you soon.
Okay, so one of these is the escort quest down this way. Which one do I want to do first? Let's go south and we'll do the escort. And then we'll have to come back up here to turn those in. What's the plan when I reach 25 with this hunter? Park it until the phase opens up. Yeah, my plan is to hit 25 on the hunter, and then I have a level 21 shaman over on Wild Growth. I want to get that character to 25 also. I'm not going to do anything like, I'm not going to raid on this character for BFD. It's like too late in the game for that. Right now it's all about just getting ready for the level 25 to 40 leveling. That's going to open up on February the 8th. So we'll cap her, and then we'll switch over to the shaman. We'll cap the shaman, and then it should be about time for release then. This is going to take us a few more days, I think. Potentially, we'll probably hit 22 today. I think we'll hit 22 today. I don't know if we'll hit 23. So we'll probably be on this character for 2 or 3 more days. And I'll probably do SFK, you know, a couple times, maybe get some gear. And then we'll do the shaman. The shaman will probably take 3 days to get from 21 to 25. So yeah, that's about 6 days. And I think we have about that amount of time, right? How much time do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got a lot of time, actually. We got like 12 days. 12 days is quite a bit of time. I need a pet. The search for Incendicite requires mining. Oh. Okay, well we won't take it then. That's weird. I thought that they would not show us mining quests unless we were a miner.
Be good. Great to meet you. Safe travels.
Mellow Fellow, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream, buddy. I could probably get the ore from the auction house. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea, Alex. We have 9 gold. I'm sure that I could. Is it called incendicite ore? I've never heard of it. Mellow Fellow, all I'll say is don't go balance. The spell effects for balance look really cool. They look really cool. The rotation, like the button pressing, is really boring. I got a balance druid to level 47 in retail recently. Like, I loved the fantasy of it, and like the spell effects were cool looking, but like the button pressing from moment to moment was like really boring and tedious. I would say definitely go with some kind of feral build for your main build, for like a leveling build. Be a little bit more exciting and upbeat. You know, I also have to turn in this waylaid supply. I've had this for a while. Both of these guys, I will point out to you that both of the bodies here, they have both dropped a waylaid chest. Let's drop this one, and we'll grab the Peace Bloom. All of these are going to be considered low level, and they're not going to give us like any rep, and they're not going to give us any XP, so it really doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter too much at this point. It's probably going to be hard to even hit friendly on this character.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
We are going to take like a direct line approach, and we are going to swim across the lock to make it over this way. It might be the same amount of time as running around, but it's going to make me feel better if we do it like this. All part of the plan. A swim speed potion? That'd be really cool. It'd be really cool to have a swim speed potion. Speaking of potions. Oh, look at that. I have some Briarthorn now. I can actually make a couple of elixirs of wisdom. Increase intellect by 6 for 1 hour. That's not bad. Yeah, I need this though. I need Strangle Kelp and Blackmouth oil. Oh, I sold these. Okay, I need these. I fished these up, didn't I? Oh, snap. I completely blanked on that. I had a couple of these, and I sold them. Yeah, because we need that. And Strangle Kelp. But at least I can make some elixirs of wisdom now. I can actually start getting skill ups again. I could pull out some of the healing potions and make these, but now that I'm here, that's guaranteed skill ups. This is not so much guaranteed. So, my favorite leveling expansion via Chromie time, you know, it's hard to say. because I haven't really done them all. Sometimes I try to do the time walking, like I tried to do Warlords of Draenor recently, and like Warlords of Draenor didn't really click with me. I kind of got annoyed by all the garrison stuff that I was doing. Honestly, when it comes to retail, I really wish they would let people do their whole journey just like in the new content. Like I wish I can go to Dragonflight. I wish I could do Exile's Reach, go to Dragonflight at level 10, and just have my whole 10 to 70 be the new content. Because I don't know. When I try to do anything besides Old World, like my favorite is just to do the Old World stuff. Like set it to Cataclysm time walking, and then that way I can level up in any zone that I want to. I like cherry picking like Old World zones. Like opening the map and just saying, okay, we're gonna go to the Eastern Plaguelands. Like that's the way that I've enjoyed leveling up retail characters the most. Because when I try to do a dedicated time walking, I don't get through it. The Druid was close. I was doing Mista Pandaria time walking with the Druid. And I was enjoying the zones and stuff. It was more the class there that I didn't enjoy. But then when I tried to do Warlords of Draenor, it just like I didn't vibe with it. So I kind of like just doing Old World. When you do Old World, you do Cataclysm, you can level up in any zone that you want. Like you could literally just pick a zone. Oh, let's go to Feralis. Do stuff in Feralis. Like that's kind of what I like. Laura, you haven't missed much. We swam across the lake, and now here we are. Just trying to wrap up some loose ends. Like with time walking, you're kind of locked in because you kind of have to follow like the opening narrative of that expansion for a little bit. Eventually, it opens up a bit, and you can kind of pick and choose. But yeah, to me the best thing is just to do Old World. Besides my max level shaman, like the only other successful character that I've leveled up to max level was the Warlock. And the Warlock, that's what I did.
Talk to me.
I did Cataclysm and I just picked where I felt like going that day.
Watch your back.
Can we do this? Yes. It's level 15, so it's still relevant. Let's go do this one really quick. I thought we'd out-leveled it, but we didn't. For the Wild Growth server, would it be Horde or Alliance? On Wild Growth, I plan on playing my Shaman. So if anything were to happen where like leveling up on Lone Wolf wasn't possible, let's say that like day 1, phase 2, day 1, I can't play at all because I keep getting killed. You know, something outrageous. Then on Wild Growth, I would just go play my Shaman.
How are you? See you soon. Keep your feet on the ground.
And I don't think that's gonna happen. I think that for like my main character, we're gonna be fine on Lone Wolf. I think that for alts, I think alts are gonna be almost impossible to level up. We don't need to go this way yet. Alts are gonna be almost impossible to level up on a PvP server. Once everyone is in Stranglethorn and they're doing the PvP event, and you're the person trying to like level up your alt in just quest and get stuff done, like I think that's gonna become impossible. So like I'm really worried about the longevity of having any alts on Lone Wolf. So I'm not planning to. I'm planning to have, this is the character that's going to be on Lone Wolf. We're going to be the Hunter. And anything we do on Lone Wolf, we're going to do on the Hunter. And that's it. That is it. Yeah, Alex, that's true. Yeah, you could grind dungeons. Like, if you were having a hard time leveling up in the open world because of PvP, you can grind dungeons. I do have a pinned comment, Amy. Thank you. Yeah, dungeon grinding is a way you could go. It would be like, for some people that's more tedious, some people enjoy it more, but it is an alternative. It'd be a lot of dungeon grinding. To get you from 30, like you should be going into Stranglethorn around like 32 or 33. So, you know, you're talking about 8 levels, possibly 9 levels of dungeon grinding. It could be quite a bit. That'll be easier when the 40 to 50 band opens up and you have an XP buff from 25 to 40. Then dungeon grinding will be like super doable. If you have a nice juicy 50% XP buff, then you can dungeon grind and that'll be a lot easier. But I think like with base experience being what it is, dungeon grinding 8 levels would be tough for a lot of people. What are the phases? In Season of Discovery, which is where we're at now, they have a level limit. So right now the level cap is level 25. There's a level 25 raid that they put in. There's a level 25 PvP event. So they're releasing the level caps in phases. On February 8th, people will be able to level up to level 40. And then that'll be capped at 40 for a while. And in a couple months, that'll open up to 50. And then a few months after that, it'll open up to 60. So they're gating progress so that people feel like they have time to play, and that people that have less time to play don't feel like they're going to get completely left behind. It's just a way to cap people's progress, to let everybody kind of catch up. Yeah, we'll see how it is. Like I said, I'm planning to play the Hunter and just main the Hunter. But I like having the Shaman, just in case anything wonky happens. After 60, they've said, if you look at their roadmap, Blizzard put out roadmaps for both retail and Classic Era. So all this stuff is detailed in the roadmap, and if you look at the roadmap, they plan on new endgame activities and raids for level 60 content. So I'm hoping that they have some like really cool, really new level 60 content for when we get there. I hope it's worth the journey, basically. Like, I hope we get to have this season. Leveling up is a lot of fun. It takes a long time, and then I hope we get to level 60 and we're rewarded by a bunch of new stuff to do. Like, I want all the raids that exist in Classic Era right now. I want 10-man versions of them. But then I want new raids, and I want new 5-mans, and I want activities for people who are solo players to do. Like, at level 60, I would like solo players to be able to have stuff to do. I don't know if that means putting in the looking for group finder so they can do more 5-mans. I don't know if it means, like, doing a classic take on World Quest. A classic take on World Quest that give decent rewards could be interesting. Maybe it means grindable rep with different factions in different zones. That could be something for solo players to progress. But yeah, I'm excited to see what they do for the level 60 cap. I hope they have some good ideas. I hope they're growing some really cool ideas for level 60 content, and I hope they're keeping in mind people who prefer to play the game solo, like people who don't want to just raid. You know, because there are plenty of people that, you know, we want to raid, but there are lots of people that just want to play the game, that would love to have new stuff to do at level 60. And they kind of have to. They kind of have to make sure that, like, level 60 in this season is good, because if level 60 in this season sucks, what is the impetus for people to do it again in the next season? Like, if we get to level 60 and it's just kind of lame, then, like, why would we ever want to do it again in a different season? So they kind of have to knock it out of the park. And they probably know that, you know, because they're smarter than I am.
Watch, get her back.
They should take some harder zones and just put, like, quests in them. They could do, like, Ajara, like, go into the Ajara zone, put a bunch of max level quests for, like, decent rewards, decent reputation, and stuff like that. There's a lot of zones and, like, a lot of areas in zones that are just underutilized, that they could easily go in and add single player content to those areas. Or even group content. But mainly when we're talking about level 60, I'm concerned about solo players. There will always be raids to do. But it's the solo people that sometimes get left out of all that. Okay, so we got that stuff turned in. Level 16 is our lowest level quest, right? Yes, okay. So maybe we go back to Darkshore for a bit, and we work on some stuff over there. What else is gonna... Then we have level 18s. So we should be good for a while on the level 18s. Yeah, we should be good. These should not go gray. 18, 19, 20, 24. Yeah, if we got to like level 24, then they could go gray, but otherwise we should be fine. I think we're good. I don't think we're gonna lose like any quest. When you're hearing about phases in Wrath of the Lich King, you're hearing about like the patches, like the patch content coming out. All that really refers to is like releasing the raids. Yeah, so phases in SOD are level caps, and phases in Wrath of the Lich King are like the different raids being released over time. Like, you know, Naxxramas came out, then we got Ulduar, then we got Ice Crown and Ruby Sanctum. All of that being max level stuff, obviously. Do I think WoW will suffer after the layoffs at Blizzard? No. I think that the humans will suffer, the people who got laid off. But I don't think the game will suffer very much, unfortunately. Whenever you have a giant-ass company devour another giant-ass company, there are going to be jobs that are redundant. There are going to be redundancies, and there are going to be people that they don't need anymore. That's kind of like the nature of the beast, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean that the products suffer. What it means is that like the humans suffer. They don't have jobs. But the games have all the people they need to work on them. Like the games didn't need those other people because there was a lot of redundancy.
Interest you on a pint?
And games aren't always made better just by throwing more bodies at them. That's not really how game development works anyway. So like more people working on a game does not guarantee it's going to be better, does not make it better.
Very good.
You need the right people working on a game. And if you have the right people, then the numbers matter less. We're making decent time. Our overall playtime is 22 hours, well, just about 23 hours of overall playtime, which is not bad. Considering how inefficient I am at playing the game, 23 hours of playtime is not bad. We'll probably be at like 35 hours of playtime by the time we hit level 25. If you're talking about the season of Discovery, Dirk, they're not going to continue on into the expansions. Because we already did all that. we had Classic came out in 2019, and then by 2021 we were playing Burning Crusade, and then we were playing Wrath. So they've already kind of done all that. They're not going to do it in the season though. So the season is just going to be 1 to 60. You know, we might see some new content at 60, but it's not going to be like expansion scale content. Yeah, unfortunately, we all only got to see the Burning Crusade Classic once, and it doesn't seem likely that we'll get to see TBC again. Sadly, TBC SOD, yeah. I think it's weird how like people like kind of like even I'm like this. Like I think TBC is probably my favorite expansion now, but it could be my favorite expansion just because of how little time I felt that we had with it. Like, we're gonna end up having a good 2 years with Wrath, but we only got 1 year with TBC. So, like, now, like, in my mind, I'm like, yeah, TBC, my favorite expansion, didn't get enough time in it. for different seasons, I wouldn't count it out, but we are counting it out for this season because it's not going to happen for this season. Maybe other seasons, you know. Yeah, maybe in other seasons they will take us into different expansions. Maybe we will get a season of like in Burning Crusade era. Like, who knows? But when you're doing a season with a bunch of changes, like, I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense to have it go beyond 1 to 60. Because understand that the overall point of doing seasons, part of the point of it obviously, is to figure out what is going to work in a Classic Plus server. What kinds of things are we going to have in Classic Plus that are going to be features and gameplay mechanics that are going to be permanently a part of Classic Plus? That's part of the point of them doing seasons. It's like a test bed for like cool ideas and finding out what do players actually want out of like a Classic Plus. So it doesn't make sense for them to take it into different eras of the game, because Classic Plus is always going to be like this version of vanilla with changes. TBC felt like the best play of difficulty. Yeah, the best pairing of difficulty and quality of life. Yeah, Jason, I agree. In Wrath, the game just kind of got not too easy, but yeah, kind of too easy. The moment-to-moment gameplay in Wrath for most classes just kind of got too easy. Yeah, Burning Crusade was a good balance of like just things still being vanilla and having that inherent danger, but also with some quality of life and some class changes that really helped a lot of classes along a little bit. No, they're doing test for Classic Plus. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain things when people are on the outside of it. The idea of Classic Plus is take the vanilla era and add things to it. So like imagine if instead of going through the Dark Portal, we never go through the Dark Portal. Instead, we go somewhere else in Azeroth. Like that's people's idea of Classic Plus, like a different pathway for WoW to go. Like, where does WoW go if it doesn't go into Burning Crusade? If we have Classic Plus, then we get to find out. What kinds of class changes do we have? What kinds of new areas could we explore? That's kind of the concept behind Classic Plus, is WoW going down a different path and still staying classic. Not changing so much that we get back to it feeling like retail, but just keeping the game in a classic state and adding content. Maybe adding levels eventually to the level cap, maybe adding new zones and stuff like that. That's the core concept behind the idea of Classic Plus. And so the seasons allow them to test things. They can test class changes, they can test new features, they can test a bunch of stuff. And you know, if they do that for 4 or 5 seasons, maybe they'll have a good idea of what they should include in Classic Plus. And but unfortunately, even within the community, everyone's idea of what Classic Plus should be is a little different. There were a lot of people that for a long time thought Classic Plus would come after Wrath of the Lich King. That we would get Wrath of the Lich King, and that instead of going into Cataclysm, we would go somewhere from Wrath, because for a lot of people, Wrath was the best version of the game. You know, so there was that idea for a long time too, that Classic Plus would continue where Wrath left off, except the Cataclysm wouldn't happen. That's not going to be the case. I think if we get a Classic Plus, it's going to be from level 60 onward. It won't be coming after Wrath of the Lich King or anything like that. It'll be them taking the game in a totally different direction. It sounds like you'll be playing WoW for another 20 years. That's what they want. And that's their goal. And it's a good goal to have. Yeah, they want to keep you playing WoW for another 20 years. You know, you've seen the journey that brought us to Dragonflight. If we get Classic Plus, then we get to see a journey play out that takes us somewhere else. And obviously, we don't know where that is. And that's exciting. Right now, the devs don't know where it is either. But, you know, a lot of things have to happen to make that a reality. The seasons have to do well, you know, there has to be continued playership. They have to be able to convince shareholders that there's money to be made long term by, keeping Classic going and keeping the seasons going. A lot of stuff has to come together for us to ever see, a Classic, Plus situation. It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed by far. We could just get seasons, and maybe that's all we get, or seasons, you know? Who knows if we'll ever see a new zone or new content or anything. We'll have to find out. Good so far. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Level 16. Grizzled Scalps. Grizzled Scalps are down to the south. Corrupted. The Blackwood Corrupted is up north. Okay. Let's go up here. And we'll go after the Den Mother, and we'll go after the Grizzled... Oh, it says there's a Grizzled Scalp in there. That must be from, like, maybe some of the cubs. We'll do this stuff first. And then we'll go south, and we'll do stuff down here. That should be okay. Cave mushroom. Okay, let's grab cave mushroom.
Peace be with you.
And then there should be a wanted poster. We can do that when we're down to the south as well. Any other quests that I haven't grabbed that we should do? The Tower of Athalex we can do now. We need to fill this at the Moonwell before we head out. Let's do that. Absent-minded Prospector will grab that, but when we go south we'll grab it. Let's grab the Tower of Athalex and Deep Ocean Vast Sea. Both of these we can do up to the north.
Hello. Farewell.
Hello. Be good.
Before we go though, before we strike out into the wilderness, you might be asking yourself, Robert, are you ever going to train level 20? And the answer is yeah. As much as I don't want to stop questing, as much as I don't want to like stop my experience per hour gains, I am going to fly to Darnassus, and I am going to train. I don't really want
What
to.
brings you here?
A part of me wants to.
Del Nadris.
A part of me wants to just like keep getting stuff done so that I can ding, so that I can keep leveling. But I will go... The main reason is because I'm pretty sure we get Aspect of the Cheetah. And yeah, Aspect of the Cheetah, and that's going to help us travel around a lot faster. The damage dealing stuff I could care less about, really, because we're already dealing so much damage that like it doesn't really matter to me that much. But mainly Aspect of the Cheetah, I really want to have. So I'm gonna go train, and then we'll get back to it. It's painful. I don't like it, but we'll do it. I also think I have to find a pet trainer, because I don't think I've trained my pet since I was like... Well, since we got the pet. I don't think I've ever had this pet at a pet trainer to train them anything. So I need to find the pet trainer. Which, they're in like a really tricky spot. It's hard for me to find them in Darnassus. But we'll see if we can locate them. People are so confused. I just saw a post that says, willing to sell Darnassus summons. Okay, so willing to sell Darnassus summons. Tips required and appreciated. If you're selling something, you're just selling it for a cost. If you're relying on a tip is a thing that's not required. People are so confused about how, like, transactions work. If you're selling a summon, you're simply selling a summon. You say summon for sale, X gold. You don't have to then say tips required. There's no tip required. You're selling me the service. I'm going to pay you that amount, you're gonna summon. Our transaction ends. A tip is saying like, hey, I'm offering summons. Tips are welcome, and tips would not then be required. Tips would just be welcome. Why are people so confused? Cosmic Ape, you love TBC, but Azeroth has so much more potential in it? Yeah. I think that's what a lot of people see when they think about like wanting a Classic Plus that stays in Azeroth. Yeah, like we don't really want to go through the Dark Portal. I think it would have been really cool to eventually go through the Dark Portal, but what I think would have been cooler would have been having the first expansion expand Azeroth more. Like go into the places that we've never been, add some zones, flesh out a lot of the zones. Yeah, like the first expansion to WoW, now that would not have been as flashy as going into outer space, you know what I mean? And they went with Flash, I think, over like the longevity of the game. There we go, we're all trained up. Yeah, there's lots of empty zones. There's lots of underutilized zones that only have like a handful of quests. But then they did Cataclysm, and Cataclysm wiped all that stuff out anyway. Which is not how people wanted the world to grow and change, but that's what happened. Here's the pet trainer. I need to have a pet out. Craig, I'm doing well. Thanks for being here. Was there a secret entrance into Hellfire Peninsula through the Dark Portal in Classic? I don't think so. No, I don't think there was. I don't think there was any way to get to Hellfire until Burning Crusade opened up. I mean, the portal was there. You could go see the portal, like in the Blasted Lands. You could hang out with the portal, but the portal wasn't turned on. You couldn't actually zone in until they made the zone and implemented it. Camping King, good afternoon, good evening to you. Welcome, buddy. Yeah, it's funny because they were actually, you know, like Blizzard often would work on 2 expansions at the same time. And they actually worked on Burning Crusade and Northrend at the same time. And then at some point they decide like which expansion do we want to come out with first. So there could have been a universe where we went to Northrend first, and then we went through the Dark Portal later. And like obviously both expansions would have felt like vastly different. If they had come out in a different development order, that would have changed like what those expansions were like. But I do kind of wonder like of a pathway where like, yeah, like we could have gone to Outland eventually, but how cool would it have been just to do more stuff in Azeroth first? It's this huge planet, and we've only explored a fraction of it, and already we're going into outer space. And then we come back from outer space, and then we explore a northern continent. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, a new continent is cool, but I was just on another planet, so it feels kind of weird. I think it could have been cool to like get Northrend first, get some improvements and changes to Azeroth, and then go through the Dark Portal. You know, then deal with that stuff. So much gold already. I was given some gold, and I had gold on another character. Like some of the gold comes from my alt, some of the gold comes from Alex. Although I think I spent most of his gold already. It's not really a lot of gold. I had like 3 gold on my priest that I sent over. The people that have a lot of gold, if I had like 50 gold, that would be a lot of gold at this level, you know. Having 7 gold at level 21, it's okay. It's okay. We're still not going to be able to afford our mount at level 40 at this rate, but it's okay. You haven't sent me gold in SOD, Alex? Are you sure there wasn't a time that you walked up to me and like handed me some gold? Maybe I'm thinking about the hardcore paladin. Yeah, you gave me gear, right? You gave me all this gear. Maybe you didn't, so maybe this is all my gold. I take it back. This is all my gold. I worked hard for every piece of gold that I have. I just assume at some point somebody gave me something. So I always say so, just in case, you know? So no one could ever say that I claimed that I did all this myself. Like, I just like to give other people credit. Maybe Alex didn't give me any gold. That could have been the hardcore paladin I was thinking of. Hardcore. Yeah, it was hard. So this character is whatever gold that I've gained on my own, and the 3 gold that I sent from my priest. Which was like all the gold they had. Yeah, I don't have anywhere near that much. My total gold across all of my sod characters is 8 gold and 2 silver, which is basically like having nothing. It's basically nothing. We have nothing. Let's head out here. I wanna do this Murloc quest. Let's get this one done first. It's 8 summons to Darnassus. Yes. The tips required. I'm hoping that having Herbalism and Alchemy, especially at the level 40 cap, will help me make gold. I would love, after 20 years, to figure out on one character how to make gold in this game. Because I've never cracked the code. I've never put in the effort, put in the work, done the research. I've never made gold in this game. The only times I've made gold in this game would be like when an awesome weapon drops that's like bind on equip, and I happen to get like an awesome bind on equip weapon. Then I sell it on the auction house, and for a little while I have gold, and then after that the gold is gone and I have no more gold. What I'm searching for is a way to continuously bring in gold, while minimizing the amount of gold that I have to spend on potions, elixirs, flasks, consumables, all that good stuff. So I'm hoping this will be the character that I can make money on. Because if not, I'm screwed. If not, I'll be the guy in the raid that doesn't have pots, doesn't have food, you know. Hi there. We need a pet for this little situation we've got going on. Yeah, we are Alliance. This character will not be in any contested zones for long. This character's gonna, well, I guess Red Ridge. We might spend a little time in Red Ridge. Probably be the only contested zone that we spend any time in anyway. Until the band opens up. Just sell portals all day on the warlock or on the mage? I guess on the mage, right? Just sell portals. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, I mean, because you get portals at level 40, right? And then you're just selling those to like people's alts to help them travel around. I think I'll be able to make money selling potions and elixirs and stuff. I hope so. At level 40 at least. For like people that are raiding and stuff will need them. If nothing else, I'll be able to make my own potions and elixirs, and then at least I won't be spending money that I don't have. At the very least. Alright, that one is done. Let's head over to the Tower of Athalax next. And then we'll scoop back down and we'll go into the cave here. There's 2 caves. There's one cave with the Den Mother, and then there's another cave with the mushrooms. And we'll hit those on the way back down. Yeah, that's a good idea, Alex. You could park yourself outside of the Nomergon entrance for people that need to get back to like Ironforge and Stormwind. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I don't know if I could level up a mage in Sod. Mages grossly underperform at everything they do right now. They just grossly underperform. It's really sad. Does the character have a time limit for how long they can be underwater? Yes. That was the little breath meter that was up. If the breath meter runs down, you start taking lots and lots of damage. So, yeah, you have a small amount of time. Especially in Classic Era, you have very little time in Classic Era. In later versions of the game, they give you more and more time to be underwater. But in Classic, not so much. Mages are still good for all things AoE. Yeah, I don't count AoE damage. When I'm looking at meters, I'm looking at boss fights. Yeah, I know it's easy for mages to pad their meters. Like, I could probably be a mage and have a nice looking meter. My meter could look nice. But that's like not true data. Because then on like a single target boss fight, it's not going to be so nice. I try not to pay any attention to like a class's AoE potential because AoE is mainly for trash. And the trash fights, like, it doesn't matter really on a trash fight, like, how quickly you kill a trash mob. What's gonna matter is how quickly the boss dies. And so that's kind of what I look at. You don't have to raid with it, though. If I'm leveling up a character, I'm gonna raid with it. Yeah, or just, I guess, like, the point would be to make money off it. I'll never have a character that's purpose is just to make money. I'm not, like... I guess I'm just not that much of a capitalist. I've never thought to have a character that the sole purpose of the character was only to make money. But I guess that's something that people do. You can go farm. Yeah, it doesn't really occur to me. It doesn't occur to me. When I think about a character, I think how good are they going to be in the content that I want to do? Like, how good are they going to be in the raid I want to do? That's all I really think about.
Greetings. Goodbye.
It's probably why I don't know how to make money in the game. Ah, somebody has killed these guys. We have a human priest out here. We have a night elf druid. Good so far. You had a mage that sole purpose was to AoE grind mobs and send the greens to your main enchanter. That's really cool. Yeah, I never have approached characters like that before. That's probably, like I said, that's probably why I suck at making money and why I suck at crafting in this game. Because I approach every character has to be a holistic character, otherwise I'm not going to play it. Like, it has to be a character that I'm going to do content on, otherwise I lose interest in it. I've never even tried to have a character that had like a specific purpose. Like that's like anathema to me. Like, this character is my grinding character. I've never done it that way. And unfortunately, I don't think Lone Wolf is going to be the server where I do that. I would probably be a lot more comfortable with that in like a more long-term version of the game. Like, I don't think I would do that in a season of WoW. Maybe in like Cataclysm or something, I'd be more inclined to have ults that have like a specific purpose in mind. I'd have to give it some thought though as to what I want. I like the idea of having an enchanter, but then having the AoE mage grind up the greens. That's a really cool idea. Loria, Warlock and Wrath. Warlocks and Wrath are really good. The only tip would be to get a good wand. Get a good wand early on. Like, wands on a Warlock are awesome. You throw up some dots, you throw your pet into the mix, and you start wanding. And then you win. And then you do that over and over again.
Ishno del Diab del Nadres.
Alright, so let's swing back to the south now and we'll find these caves. You could do enchanting, that way you can make yourself the lesser wand and the greater wand. The lesser wand and the greater wand are the best wands you're gonna get. Prior to being able to get like Cookie's wand out of Dead Mines. I always have a really hard time finding these caves. This looks like... no, this is a dead end, I think. Well... There we go, look at that. No, it's still not a cave. Somewhere there's a cave. Somewhere there are two different caves, actually. This is not the way to either cave, unfortunately. Here is the big cave with the mushrooms in it. And then I guess the bear cave is a little further on. Dirk, do I think they'll buff classes that are low on the meters, like going into phase 2? Yeah. Yeah, I think they are. They're gonna make class changes, always. So I think that the meta will be a little bit different. Unfortunately, like, the reality of it is, without significant class changes, warriors, rogues, and hunters will always be at the top of the meters, just because of how damage works. I think it's because of how resistances work. And like the hunter, the rogue, and the warrior, they all deal physical damage. And I think that physical damage dealers in Classic are always going to be higher on the meters than magic dealers. So unless they do like significant changes, you're probably not going to see a mage out DPS a warrior or a rogue anytime soon. Now, will they buff them to bring them more into alignment? Maybe. You know, at the start of the season, they said that they weren't interested in like continually balancing things, but as time has moved on, it's pretty clear that they are interested in trying to balance things. It would be nice if they could get like Shadow Priest and Elemental Shamans and Balance Druids like up to at least where the mages are at to make them viable at all. Because currently, I really don't think that like Shadow Priest, Balance Druids, or like Elemental Shaman, or even Enhancement Shaman for that matter, are like super viable in most groups. Like, if you could take a warrior or a rogue or a hunter instead, you're gonna do that like 100% of the time. Are these guys like mermaids? Yeah, they're basically evil mermaids. Yeah. They're ugly, evil mermaids, for the most part. But they could think about like The Little Mermaid if it were a horror movie. And then that's exactly what it's like. Unsurprisingly, we're out of bag space. The way Hollywood is going, there will be a Little Mermaid horror movie soon. I hope so. Yeah. I hope so. Karen, have a good rest of your night. We'll see you next time. Primordial, I hope not. I hope not. Not a live action one. If they were smart, they would make movies. They would let their cinematic team make movies. There's no reason why we should not have like a Netflix series for World of Warcraft, like the way there's Arcane for League of Legends. Like we should have just a kick-ass CG like TV series on Netflix or Amazon or something where they use their in-game studio to like, you know, like the Sourfang cutscenes. The only good part of BFA was like the Sourfang story that was told in all those cinematics. Yeah, if they should do that. It shouldn't be a movie because movies suck. Movies are such a short-term way of telling a story. It's such like a short form. It's like reading a short story. It's like you could read a short story or you could read a novel. But you're gonna, for a fantasy universe, you're gonna get more out of a novel. And so I don't want to see movies. I want to see like longer form mini-series, you know, 8-part seasons, 16-part seasons that can tell like a girthy story with some solid character development. I don't like movies that much. I don't feel like movies give characters enough time or stories enough time to actually breathe and develop in like a realistic way. Mark, happy Saturday, man. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, so this is the one where we have to pick up some of these little crates, and then we have to lay something down and summon out a demon. And then we kill the demon, and he drops a little item on the ground we have to pick up. The problem is I don't have any freaking space in my bags. I'm like so screwed out here. Oh, I probably didn't pick up... Did I pick up the other item I tried to pick up? Probably not. Yeah, I just don't have any inventory space. It's becoming really bad. It's been the only unpleasant part of being on the Hunter is that we have this entire other bag slot that we just can't use. Everything else about the Hunter is great. Alright, it says that I'm missing one of the ingredients. The nut sample. I'm missing the nut sample. Of course I'm missing the nut sample. Obviously it's the nut sample. Alright, now I should... Now what do I need? Oh, the bonfire. Okay, we gotta be up here by the bonfire to do it. Alright, this guy comes out. Let's pull him back here if we can. These guys are going to go aggressive again in a second. Alright, we're out of here. And then the bear cave is right up here, actually. That's really convenient. Alright, yeah, we could use some help here, yeah. Stutter's gonna do it single-handedly. Yeah, he probably could. Yeah, that's true. You guys remember when we, like, trained a bunch of abilities? You remember when I, like, trained all those abilities and I never put any of them on my bar? Remember when that happened? Men pets, rank 2. Aspect of the cheetah, please. Raptor strike. Well, we have rank 3 already. Freezing trap we can pull out. What else? Arcane shot 3. Serpent sting 3. Yeah, there we go. Now everything will just deal more damage. Not that we have any problems dealing damage. A favorite race, class, spec, and why? That's a lot of questions all wrapped into one. It depends on the version of the game I'm playing. But typically I gravitate back to like paladins, warriors. The hunter is growing on me a lot. As far as races, like anything that's not on the horde side. Night elves, humans, dwarfs. I don't like gnomes. And the only horde races I really like are blood elves. Female orcs are okay.
I am honored.
For like a warrior.
Watch over you.
Or like a shaman. Works really well.
Good luck, friend.
Great to meet you. Safe travels. Keep your feet on the ground. See you soon.
What brings you here? Go in peace.
I used to like Tauren a lot, but then I realized how slow they appear to move. Because they are taller than any other races, and because all races in WoW have to move at the same speed. When you're on a Tauren, they kind of look like they're running through molasses. Or like, you know how you run underwater when you're a kid? Like, oh, look at me, I'm running and I'm underwater. That's what the Tauren look like to me now. And once you see that, it's hard to unsee it.
Farewell.
I had a Tauren warrior in Wrath that I thought I played the crap out of it through Burning Crusade. It was like my favorite character. I got into Wrath and I started to notice this like overall slowness, and it really like just messed up my immersion in the character. And ever since then, I have a hard time playing Tauren. They look like they move underwater. Okay, so we have stuff in the south to do. Grizzled Scalps. We could talk to Onu. Murkdeep. Tower of Athalax turns in... Oh, in Ashenvale. I don't know. We might have to make our way down there to try to turn that in. If we want to get any quest credit for it. We might get killed going through Ashenvale, though. So, yeah. That's something. Okay, but I'm gonna step away for a couple minutes here. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break. I want to refill my coffee. I want to stretch my legs. And I need to bio. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we will head south. 5-minute break time. Pop that in here. I will pin this, and then I will also go here, and I will see you guys on the flip side. And we're back. Thank you guys for hanging out. Let us continue. And the pinned comment. Now that I have my new screen with my break message, I probably don't really need to pin a comment anymore. Now that I have this guy. I should probably just stop doing it. Alright, let's go over and we'll kill Murkdeep. We'll do his little event. Should be pretty easy. We should be pretty high level for it, so it shouldn't be a problem. It spawns like half a dozen Murlocs at us. Well, I mean, then again, everything around here could just be dead. I think typically you have to clear the whole area. Oh, wait. Okay, here we go. Here they come. Running out of the ocean. There should be more of them coming out, or like Merc Deep himself should come out, but I don't see any action, which is weird. NY Nick, you just started playing WoW, level 25 Blood Elf Mage. That's awesome. Wrath the Lich King, good version to be playing right now, buddy. I'm glad to hear you're having a good time. I need to go near the fire. Oh. Really? I don't think I've ever gone near the fire before. I will do it. But they were running out and then they stopped. Maybe I messed it up, now we gotta wait. I don't know. Usually I hang out over to like to the periphery and they just run out and oh look, there he is. Well, there's the hunter. I'll stand right here. Here we go. We got warriors spawn. These must be respawns from when we showed up though. I don't think these guys are part of the event. We'll kill them anyway because we have to, but still. Do I recommend anything for new players? Just to take your time. Take your time, enjoy the journey. You're not in a rush to get to the end level. Work on some professions, like research professions, maybe work on professions. Do fishing and cooking, like just really just take your time. And don't feel the need to rush through anything. You only get to experience it for the first time once. So just kind of enjoy the journey. Enjoy the journey, and don't be afraid to level up different characters. Like, don't be afraid to like experiment with different character classes. If you find if you just really dig the mage and you just want to focus on that, that's awesome. But like, never be afraid to say like, well, today I'm gonna play a little bit of a hunter. You know, just like take your time, check things out. Here we go. Now we got action. Well, okay, there we go. Oh, so maybe you're right, Alex. Maybe we do have to be like right by the fire. I swear I've done this one in the past and I've just kind of stood off to the side. But standing by the fire seemed to work. Now the problem is, am I going to have inventory space to loot all these guys? Probably not. The barnacle clams. Those are going to fill my inventory up. Level 24. Or 24. Haha, I skipped ahead. Level 22. I wish we were level 24. That'd be awesome. Level 22. 3 more levels to go. We're going to keep going into improved arcane shot. Eventually I'm going to respec and I'll get the point out of aimed shot. And I'll put that point into improved arcane. Eventually. We need to head over to Onu's Grove. I need to head this way.
Shah fell out.
The game really wants me to care about the waylaid supplies. I just can't really bring myself to. Alright, it looks like the buzz box is actually right over here for this one. So let's go turn that in. A 6-slot bag. Oh joy. That's what every level 22 character needs, right? A 6-slot bag. I was hoping for a 10-slot bag, to be honest. Classic. Slapped by the undead hand. There's an escort quest around here somewhere, but maybe somebody was already doing it. It's like it's an escort quest that only takes like 100 yards of movement to do. But I don't see the lady here right now. So maybe we'll check again later. Carl, this is Darkshore, and we're on the Lone Wolf server, if that's what you're asking. Could I ask in /world what percentage the Battle of Ashenvale's at? No. I don't really care about that. Nate, is this hardcore? No, this is Season of Discovery. So this is not a hardcore character. This is a character on the seasonal server of Lone Wolf. We're trying to get to the level cap of 25 before February 8th when the new level cap of 40 opens up. So that's what we're doing here. There you go, Carl. Alex got you. He's more accommodating than I am. I also just don't really care about PvP at all, so. Oh, depending on what layer you're on, it could be different. Oh, okay. Beepo, that's a good call out if true. Yeah, I don't know for sure. I've done the Battle of Ashen Vale exactly this many times. And I plan to do it this many more times before the phase opens up. So. Three levels doesn't seem that long. No, we probably won't get it today. It's not that long. No, it'll be like maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after we'll get it, depending on like how efficient I'm playing and like if I'm actually trying really hard. Yeah, it's just another day or so. It's not going to take very long. Yeah, the plan is that we'll get this character to level 25, and then I'm going to get my shaman to 25. The shaman is currently level 21. And after that, we're just waiting for the next phase to open up. I don't think I'm going to roll up any more characters until the phase opens up. Once they open the leveling to 40, level 1 to 25 characters are supposed to get some kind of experience buff. They haven't talked about it or said how much it'll be, but they did say that the older level bands will get an XP buff once the leveling opens up. So I think any other alts I roll, we'll probably just hold off on that. And if I do roll any alts, it'll probably be on Wild Growth. I probably won't try to have alts on the PvP server. You can get into the zones, you can get into any zone in the game, but the zone, it doesn't, the levels are not, they don't adjust to you. The levels are static. In Classic Era, the levels are all static in the zone. So you can go to Ashenvale right now today, or to Stranglethorn right now today, but the enemies there are going to be level 30s, you know. This other hunter, man, he's stealing all of my cats. It's getting a little bit obnoxious. I gotta request my own personal phase. Am I gonna raid with any of these 25 tunes? I did BFD a couple times on the priest and a couple times on the warrior. That was really all I wanted to see. I didn't really have a big impetus to keep doing it. We'll check out the Nomergon raid at level 40. Like, I will check out the raids, but I'm not gonna grind the crap out of them until we get to level 60. Because I don't really care about the gear. I don't care about level 25 gear that I'm gonna replace when I level up to level 40. You know, it doesn't matter to me. So I did it a few times. I never killed the last boss, so. But I saw, I was not really super impressed, and then I kind of moved on from it. I'll be more excited about raiding at level 60. Because like for me, the point of doing a raid like every week is to get better gear so that when the next raid comes out, you can do that raid. So that when the next raid comes out, you can do that raid. So for me to do like a level 25 raid over and over again is like, why? I'm gonna level up and I'm gonna replace all this gear pretty quickly once I start leveling up. Yeah, you could try to quest wherever you want, like, but you're gonna get killed. Yeah, that's how Classic works. If you want like an adaptive leveling experience, you can play retail, and like in retail you can basically level anywhere you want in the entire world, and like it'll all adjust to your level. So they do have a version of the game where you can do that. It'll all be replaced. Yeah. Even if they have to adjust like the item levels of stuff in like some of the leveling dungeons, you'll replace all of it. You're not going to get to level 40 wearing level 25 gear in Classic. That's not how the game works. Even if that means they have to retool some of the stuff you get from Scarlet Monastery, or some of the stuff you get from other leveling dungeons, you're not going to get raid gear from BFD, and you're not going to wear that all the way to 40. It's just like, it's not how it's going to work. It'll give you a little boost, like you'll have a little power boost as you start leveling up, and that's probably cool for some people. I'm already playing an overpowered class, so for me that's not going to matter too much. But no, the stuff that they'll want you to want to do the 5-mans. So they'll want you to want to do Scarlet Monastery 5-mans. So they're not going to make it so that BFD gear is better than the stuff you get out of Scarlet Monastery, because that would stop people from wanting to do content. So even if they have to go in and they have to like tweak the stats on that stuff in Scarlet Monastery, which they probably have to do anyway, you know, you're going to replace your BFD stuff. Like, it's going to get replaced. You'll probably wear it until like, you know, level 32 or 33. Once you start getting stuff out of Scarlet Monastery, you'll replace all of it. Yeah, I know that's how the game worked originally, but what I'm saying is for the season, if they have to, they're going to retool items. I think they've already done some retooling of items, and like especially of item level requirements. I think originally a lot of the items in SFK had a higher level requirement, like level 27 or something, and they retooled a bunch of them. So yeah, I know that like in regular Classic era, you could get a really great piece of gear at level 25, and you would wear it all the way to 40, possibly beyond. But for a seasonal model of the game, like they're gonna retool a lot of the loot based around the concept that they're stopping us at these level bands artificially. So like a lot of it is just gonna be retooled, reconfigured. Level brackets on gear are gonna be changed and stuff like that. Because they're not gonna want people to get gear from a raid at level 25 and then say, I don't gotta do any of the 5-man content all the way to 40. They wouldn't want that, you know. That's not healthy for the game. If people could completely gear up at 25 and then not need any more gear until level 40, it's like, okay, well then no one does 5-mans, I guess. We'll see. They're also talking about like different ways to level up from 25 to 40, so we don't know like what other kinds of activities they're going to put in the game, or what other sources of loot there are going to be. You know, there's always going to be like the reputation for the Azeroth Commerce Authority. Like maybe they'll have gear that way. They've already added a lot of crafter gear to the game, so that crafters can make really good gear, so you can probably think that you're going to see that continue. You're going to see crafters at level 30, 35 crafting really good gear that'll replace the BFD stuff. Like there's going to be gear from different sources as well, like sources that they're adding to the game. So yeah. Yeah, technically you can do BFD in phase 2. Like, I don't know why you'd want to, but yeah, you could. You could. It might be a cool place to take alts through to try to like get some quests done and to get kill XP. They should make the kill XP like amazing. They should like triple the kill XP in the raid. That way people want to do it while they're leveling up. Will you get some PvP content on my channel? I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm not a big PvPer, and I'm not very good at it. I've done a handful of battlegrounds in Wrath of the Lich King. One time I got a wild hair up my butt, and we just did some battlegrounds one day for like no reason. I sucked at all of them, but you know. Maybe, you know. I didn't feel like it. I had a priest, you know, and like the thought of PvP on a priest is probably one of the most boring things I could ever think of. Like, it just felt like, why would I even want to do this? Why would I want to PvP on a priest? So I didn't. So I didn't do any of it, you know. We're basically done here, I guess. I didn't take the absent-minded prospector, but that's okay. It's a level 20 quest, so we don't have to do that right now anyway. We can just hang on to it for later. I think I would enjoy Battlegrounds more than an open-world PvP event. I don't think I would enjoy Arena at all. It's like too much stakes. I have to be too accountable on an arena team, you know, like a 3-person arena team. I actually have to be good. I can't do that. Battlegrounds I might enjoy. So yeah, I didn't check out any Battlegrounds in Phase 1. But maybe, you know, maybe in Phase 2. As I said, I've never been much of a PvP person. If I am going to PvP, the Hunter is a really good class for me to do that on. Because on a Hunter, at least I feel like I can, maybe I can kill somebody, you know? Like, maybe I can get somebody. On the Priest, all I can do is, like, bubble myself and run away. I never felt like there was really, like, a lot I could do. Alpha, hello. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Yeah, I probably will never dominate a battleground. Probably not. It also depends on like what the reward structure is like. I guess like at level 40, like it's the same thing with wanting to farm the raid over and over again. Like if I don't care about the gear, it's hard to motivate myself to do that stuff at the level cap. So like if I hit level 40, even if I can get some decent gear out of doing battlegrounds and getting up the rep vendors, like I don't know how much I care about the gear. That's the problem. I guess like, you know, dominating in PvP could be a reason to care about the gear. Maybe that would be more, like, maybe that would sway me more than doing a raid over and over again. I don't know. I'm really holding out hopes for, like, level 60 of this season to be amazing. I'm hoping that, like, I'm hoping that a lot of the fun happens at level 60. I think that the low-level raids and the low-level PvP events, I think those are interesting. I think it's cool to have them for people that want to like keep playing at the level cap and stay engaged with one character. I just don't know yet if that content is for me, or if I'm really just going to wait to do most of my raiding at max level. And probably most of my PvP at max level. Yeah, you have the ranged advantage, you have the pet advantage. Like it's going to be easier for me to even think about PvP on a hunter. If I could just stand back and pluck shots at people while my pet goes in, like that's ideal. That's the ideal scenario.
I am honored.
The best pet? I mean, I think the best pet is a boar. Because a boar can charge, a boar is tough, a boar seems to be able to learn abilities like bite. I like the boar. As far as DPS, like in Season of Discovery, the best DPS pets are cats or winged serpents, worm serpents, the little flying serpent guys from Thousand Needles. I'm not gonna find Volcor. I never do that quest. The cloak sits in my bag, and then eventually I have to toss it out. So I'm not gonna grab that quest this time. Not right now.
I am honored.
Yeah, I'd be up for doing Battlegrounds with people eventually. I just don't know how much I want to do the open world stuff.
Goddess watch over
Open world
me.
stuff is like just a gang fest. Okay. Okay. Do I want to try to turn this quest in? I have to run to Ashenvale to do this. I should probably try. And then, okay, I have 2 green quests to Ashenvale, so yeah, we should try to make the run. I probably could have made the run and then flown back. Would have been a really smart, effective, efficient way to play. Yeah, we're gonna leave these other quests Fruit of the Sea. Fruit of the Sea I could have done. That's a level 17 quest up here. Do I want to do that, or is there somewhere else I want to go? I realize we haven't done anything in Red Ridge, which is a little bit scary. I've probably lost a couple quests in Red Ridge because somehow on this playthrough I've just completely ignored it. Oh, where is it? Can't even find it. Here we go. Yeah. I've kind of just... Encroaching Knolls. Maybe I have to go do this stuff. Let's do the level 17 quest here. Let's do that. Then we'll go to Ashenvale, and then we have to get ourselves over to Red Ridge before we lose too much stuff.
See you soon. Safe travels.
We have our Hearthstone set in Sentinel Hill, so when we're ready to make the journey to Red Ridge, that's going to make it a lot easier. Do we get mount to level 40 here? Yeah, in Sod we'll get our permanent mount at level 40. Now at level 25, you were able to get a mount that you could ride just in Ashenvale. But you had to farm up reputation with the faction there. And then you were able to buy a cat mount just for Ashenvale at level 25. Not usable anywhere else. For the real mount, you're going to have to be level 40. Yeah, I prefer my RPGs without the level scaling. Like, I prefer the levels to have, like, an associated level, the quest to have an associated level, and to kind of have to do things in a certain order. It makes more sense to me because, like, there was no such thing as level scaling when I started to play RPGs as a younger person. Like, quest had a level, you did the quest at that level, and then that opened up, like, harder stuff later on. You know, there's something to be said for level scaling. You know, level scaling is, like, in games like Retail WoW, like, really let you explore more of the world at your leisure, but I will always prefer no level scaling. And it has other benefits, like it allows you to get stronger than your environment. And for me, like, RPGs were kind of always about that. Like, in an RPG, when you had a challenging fight, the answer was typically to put in some time, put in some effort, level up, get stronger, try the fight again. And that was a part of, like, RPGs, like, early on in my life that I really enjoyed. That was, like, different than platformers, different than shooting games, where, like, if you didn't have the skill to do the platforming section, or you didn't have the reflexes to do the shooty section, you were screwed. In an RPG, you were not screwed. In an RPG, you could go level up, go grind, you can get stronger than the challenge, and you could come back. And so, like, I will always prefer RPGs that do not have level scaling, because I like the concept that you can out-level your environment. I always want to be able to put in more effort. I like being able to target low-level quests. I like that my character can come, especially when you take your character back to earlier areas. and you're aggroing everything around you, you're like, damn, I should be out level for this stuff. That's like the biggest thing I hate about level scaling, is like everything is always the same level as you, whether it's a stupid wolf in Northshire Abbey or a giant like ogre somewhere in like Warlords of Draenor. It doesn't matter what the enemy is. It will always be at what level you are. And like immersively and like from an RPG standpoint, that just doesn't make sense to my brain at all. I get why some games do it, but I feel like games are better off, if they are going to do it, to have an option where people can turn that off. War Tales was like this. War Tales had an option for level scaling, but it also had an option to play without level scaling. And I think it's easier to balance an experience for players when you don't have level scaling. Yeah, the world should feel dangerous, and then you should earn the strength to survive in other areas. Yeah, exactly. Yes, and you should be able to feel more powerful. Like, once you reach a certain threshold, you should be strong in an area. Like, right now, I have quested everywhere else and put these quests off, so yes, now I can kill these guys in a couple of hits, and that feels good. If I had just come here and if they were as strong as every other enemy, then that starts to get really monotonous. When every enemy that you come up against has the same equivalent power as you do, in an RPG, that makes combat super tedious, because there's never anything exceptionally dangerous, and you can't overpower anything. So like, you're stuck in this boring middle part of the spectrum, and the spectrum never vacillates. You never hit a new area with challenge, and you never outlevel an existing area. You never get to see the area you're in become easier, and you're never pushed to your limit by entering a new place. And so level scaling, it's like, it's convenient, but it keeps you in this really monotonous dead zone of combat, in my opinion. Our inventory's full. Snap. Oh, snap. So awful. So the plan is we're going to turn this one in, and then we're going to run all the way down to Ashenvale. And we're going to hope that we don't get ganked on the way, although ganking is very likely, I believe. Saturday afternoon, ganking is very likely.
I am honored. Good luck, friend.
Hi. Watch your back. Off with you. See you soon.
Why did I sell a piece of equipment that was better than mine? Either because I didn't think it was actually better, or because the difference seemed minimal, or because I wasn't paying attention, or because I didn't care. One of those four things. I'd have to see the exact piece to know, but largely probably apathy. Apathy and the desire to have empty bags above all else. We're not even in Ashenvale yet, and I'm already getting scared of the Horde. It's not looking good for us. As soon as we step into Ashenvale, we're gonna be flagged. If we run into a patrol like that, we're done for. Alright, here we go. How long will we live before some random horde person comes and kills us? Probably not super long. Yeah, we have to run kind of by where people get to BFD, so... we could potentially run right into an entire horde guild. And just get slaughtered. We have a quest to turn in down here, and then one to turn in back in town. Is Ashenvale contested in regular? It's contested, yeah. I mean, I don't know how it is on regular PvP servers. It's contested in SOD. Yeah, like as soon as you come here, you're flagged. So, I'm assuming it on a regular PvP server, it's the same way. But I don't know. I thought they took the tanking lock rune out of BFD. Is it still in BFD? Is it still in the raid? I thought they changed that. Yeah, that sucks. It's really unfortunate because that's a big class change. You would think that they'd want people to have access to that like super early so that they could tank 5-man's leveling up. Yeah, like running around with Cheetah? Yeah, running around with Cheetah is a good way to get stunned and killed, yeah, I know. I'd be surprised if I don't get killed at least once. It's not in the raid, but you go into the tunnels. Oh yeah, that's the worst place. Like, in the instance, you'd be safe. But yeah, outside of the instance is where you're definitely going to get killed over and over again. They didn't do anybody any favors from moving it, like, from inside the raid to the outside part. Because yeah, that's not helpful at all.
Be careful.
It needs to be a rune that you get really early on. I'm really hoping that when the next phase opens up, they change how the 1 to 25 runes are given to characters. I think a lot of them should be made much easier to acquire. Especially ones that require you to be in groups, or the ones that require you to be tackling elites, because there will be less people around to do that stuff with. So they need to make some sweeping changes to how we get our level 1 to 25 runes in the next phase. Yeah, exactly. We want more tanks. Locks it behind the raid. Puts it at max level. Yeah, we want people to be more tanks, but we don't want you to be able to do it until level 25. It's like, no, give it to me at level 5. That way I can be tanking stuff at low level. Like, we should see Warlocks tanking Dead Mines, and Warlocks tanking Wailing Caverns, and Warlocks tanking Ragefire Chasm. That would be ideal for like a big class change. Are we gonna make it all the way there without getting ganked? One time I got killed right outside of town. Maybe we'll get killed right outside of town. Lots of bodies out here. Lots of bodies. I think we're gonna be okay. There are a lot of runes that require you to be in a group because you have to take on elites. Like Alex says, level 30, level 30 demons. Yeah. Some of them are literally locked behind elite mobs. And sure, like, to some extent, like, some of those you might be able to solo. But some of them you are absolutely going to need to have somebody helping you.
Ishnu Allah. Good luck, friend.
She has a level 19 quest, Rain's
God is
Cleansing.
watch over you.
Find my friend. Find Tyrannus in Ashenvale.
Farewell.
I can't quest in Ashenvale. No, I'm not gonna quest in Ashenvale right now. We're just not gonna even worry about that. What we are going to do is we are going to hearth back to Sentinel Hill. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's hearth back to Sentinel Hill. We need to start doing some stuff over in Red Ridge. We got some level 15, 16, 17 quests to do over that way. So I think we're going to fly to Stormwind, and then we're going to have to make the run from there. I don't think I have the Red Ridge flight point because we haven't even gone to talk to Wily yet. I blanked out. We should have gone to talk to him a while ago. We could have done the low level stuff. But I just drew a blank on it.
You need something? See you around.
I could probably stop while we're in Stormwind. I could probably turn in my waylaid supplies. It's not going to get me any XP or any rep, but I could at least turn it in and get it out of my bags. That way we could pick up another one that could sit in our bags that I could eventually turn in as well for no rep and no XP. Like if you don't grind yourself up to friendly reputation early, if your character level gets too high, it's just all the stuff you find is low level and you get no rep from any of it. It's messed up. They should nerf the XP, but like the rep should always be the same. They should nerf the rep.
What can I do for you? Have a good one.
Yeah, I in fact did not get any rep at all. We didn't get anything. We got nothing. Absolutely nothing. This character is not going to have reputation, and I just don't care about it. Maybe they'll have some way to catch up in the next phase. I have no idea. But yeah, I hate these waylaid supplies. I hate how they work. I hate how the level brackets are set so that like I'm still finding them. I'm leveling up in the zones, but the stuff I'm finding is worthless to me. Like, it needs to be changed. There needs to be another way to get reputation with this faction. It should not just be that you have to do waylaid supplies. Give me some other options, because I don't want to interact with it. Let me go grind mobs somewhere. Let me do an old-fashioned reputation grind. What mobs can I kill that drop which items that I can turn in? Because I would much rather do an old-fashioned rep grind than have to stop everything I'm doing every 4 minutes to deal with these waylaid supplies at a level that I'm actually going to benefit from them. I don't like it. There should always be more than one way to progress a faction. If you fill them, they're better, but not if they're low level. If they're low level, you just don't really get anything. That's the problem that I'm having. If I had filled that Peace Bloom one, I might have gotten like a little tiny smidge of rep. But because the game considers it a low level box, I'm not going to get much of anything. On the 1 to 25, none of them should have been low level boxes. It should all be within the level band. And then once you're past level 25, then the shit from before level 25 should be low level. You know what I mean? Like, once the level band opens up, then trying to turn in a Peace Bloom box should get you nothing. But prior to level 25, everything should just be the same. It shouldn't matter. Now harder ones could give you more rep, but your character level should not factor into how much rep you get. What should factor into how much rep you get is how difficult the fulfillment is. So like for Peace Bloom, pretty easy. Low level mat, you get 200 rep. Okay, you want to talk about crafting some pieces of gear, that's a little bit harder, a little bit more expensive. You get 500 rep. My character level should not factor into it. That's one of the biggest problems I have with it. And then only being able to carry one at a time is really stupid. And so, yeah, they need to change that. My character level should not affect how much rep I get until I'm outside of the level band. And then you should get nothing. Once you're level 26, you should not be filling the 1 to 25 boxes anymore. You should be moving on to the level 25 to 40 boxes. But prior to hitting level 25, it should all be standardized for the material that it wants. The alternative is that you have to hang out at a lower level. You have to stop your leveling to make sure you're turning in all these stupid boxes, to make sure you're getting the right amount of rep for the boxes, and you have to manually halt your leveling progress. Like, oh, I gotta stop leveling, and I gotta stop at level 15, and I gotta work on getting friendly. And that's literally what you would have to do, because once you pass level 15, all the stuff like Peace Bloom and Copper Bars, all that stuff is low level. You cannot carry as many as you want. Like, I'm pretty sure you can carry one filled and one empty. And how would you be filling multiple ones yourself? Do you have multiple professions? Unless you're getting really lucky, unless you were to find like a Peace Bloom one and you're an herbalist and you fill that, and then you find a Silver Leaf one and you're an herbalist and you fill that. Unless you get really lucky and the ones you're finding line up with your professions, you're not going to be able to fill multiples while you're out in the field. You're going to have to go back to the auction house to fill the ones that you can't fill yourself. And if you're going to an auction house, there's no need to hang on to boxes because you're right by the person that you turn them in at anyway. So there's really no way to fill multiple while you're out in the field unless you just get really lucky. Like I said though, if you're filling them, you're not carrying them anymore. And you can't fill them in the field unless they happen to be for your profession. Like if I get 2 Peace Bloom ones, I'm an herbalist, sure I can fill those. If I get one for copper ore, I have to go to the auction house or go to a mailbox. If I do that, I'm right by the turn-in anyway. Does that make sense? I think you're missing the point between what you could do and what you would actually conceivably do. The limitation needs to be removed on unfilled ones. I need to be able to carry as many unfilled ones as I want. That way I can collect like 5 unfilled ones. I can take them all back to the auction house. I can purchase things on the auction house or craft it myself, and then I could turn them all in. Not having a limitation on filled boxes doesn't help that much. The limitation on unfilled boxes is what holds you back. Exactly. You've been lucky. You have found multiple boxes for your profession. So congratulations. That's not very common. It's not very common that you find 3 boxes in a row and they're all boxes that your profession can fill. In fact, the system is set up so that that doesn't really ever happen. And so having no limitation on how many filled orders I can carry does nothing for me. Whereas if I can carry 5 or 6 unfilled ones, then I would actually engage with the system. Because I'd hang on to all of them. I would eventually, when it's convenient for me, take them back to the auction house and I would shop. And I'd fill them all. And I would reap the benefits. So we'll see. So far it's a system that I hate. We'll see if they make any iterations on it for Phase 2. I doubt that they will. It'll probably work exactly the same way. And then I think the other bad thing is having that be the only way you can get reputation with this faction. I would like for there to be a different way. Maybe even a tabard. Maybe a tabard that I can wear in 5-mans, like in Wrath of the Lich King. And maybe I can get my rep that way, by representing them while I run 5-mans.
Be careful. or the Alliance.
The idea of only carrying one is they wanted to break up your leveling. They wanted you to have to head back to town as soon as you got one. And by doing that, they're slowing down your leveling progress. And if they dropped at a better frequency, that would be okay. But when you can literally kill 2 mobs and have them both drop a box back to back, it makes it really impossible to think that you're going to stop everything you're doing and run back to town to fill the order. But it was literally designed that way so that people would break up their leveling. It's just that in order to do it continuously, you have to break up your leveling way too much. Yeah, every 10 minutes, you got to stop and go back to town. If you're lucky. If you're unlucky, it's like every 2 minutes you find one. And on the Warrior, we did it. On the Warrior, for like the first 15 levels, like every single time I found a chest, I stopped what I was doing, I went back to town, and I either did the crafting or I went to the auction house. And we did that for like 15 levels. And so that character had more rep than anybody else, but after a while, they started to drop so frequently that became really, really tedious. They just started to drop way too frequently to keep that up, and to feel like we were making any leveling progress at all on a given day.
Hey there. See you around.
Let's grab Hillary's necklace. This is like maybe a low-level quest at this point. Yeah, Alex, you got 4 boxes back to back. Yeah, we killed 2 mobs earlier, and they both had a box. Like I can't fill both those because I can't carry them. Oh, we got lucky today. Do I ever play Horde? I mean, in my past, I have exclusively only played Horde. One of the reasons why I play so much Alliance today is that, like, back in the day when I was in a raiding guild, like, my guild was Horde, so I only ever got to play Horde. I do play Horde on the channel sometimes. Not recently. I have a Shaman in Season of Discovery. They're level 21. We're going to be getting them to level cap within the next few days. So yeah, I play Horde. Just not as much as I play Alliance these days. What about the Lost Tools? Yeah, Foreman, yeah, 16. This must be a great quest now, too.
Good day to you.
Let's go do this one really fast. In Classic Era, like, I don't really like any of the Horde races. Like, once Blood Elves are in the mix, I like Blood Elves. But as far as, like, every other Horde race in Classic Era, like, I just don't like their races as much. I ended up with the boar pet because I had a cat, but the cat was not tanky enough. As a hunter, I like for my pet to be able to pick up 1, 2, 3, 4 enemies, and I like to be able to DPS them down from range. But with a DPS pet, you can't do that, because DPS pets are way too squishy, and they just go in and they get themselves killed. So for leveling, we got the boar pet, and you know, eventually we'll worry about a DPS pet. I'm not going to worry about a DPS pet until I'm level cap and I'm doing raids. When I'm level capped and I'm doing raids, then I'll be worried more about a DPS pet. But I think I'm going to stick with the boar. I like the boar a lot. I like the charge. I like the tankiness of it. It's a great leveling pet. Any tips on the Shami? They seem squishy. I feel like they are a little squishy. I mean, I'm doing a tank. My advice would be make sure you're being a tank. Yeah. I'm going tanky on my Shami. We are just doing like a tank build.
Hello.
We're going full into block, parry, whatever it takes to mitigate damage.
Safe travels.
And like that's making it seem a little bit less squishy, and it also has a mechanic to give us mana back when we block, so we're not going all the time. Because yeah, other than that, I feel like they are just probably a little bit squishy. Do I use the BM rune? No. No, I'm using Master Marksman, I'm using Flanking Strike just because I don't want to stand still for 6 seconds, and Chimera Shot. And that's been working out really, really well for me.
Can I help you? Be careful. See you around.
Need help? For the Alliance.
Need help? See you around. Can I help you? Farewell.
What can I do for you? See you around. Have a good one. How are you? See you later.
Alright, so the plan from here is that we do the green stuff in Red Ridge, and then we just need to kind of go around and we need to pick off green quests wherever we have them. So we'll have the Westfall green to turn in. We have the Loch Modan Gathering Idols quest to do. So we're going to do a little bit here in Red Ridge, and then it's about targeting all the green quests we can. Once we have no more green quests, we're going to target the lowest level quest we can. And that's going to be our pathway to 25, and we'll be picking that up tomorrow. I am going to stop here for today. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with me. It's been an awesome 4.5 hours. I really appreciate you all being here. I think I'll be on tomorrow for a little bit, maybe not for as long as today, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you guys again. As always, take care of yourselves out in the real world and take care of each other, and we'll see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.